Boosty Snowdrop just redeemed taxes.
The mic is working. I just couldn't see green around the screen. I panicked. I'm going to lose my job. Hi, everybody. It's Saturday. And you know what that means? It's D&D! D&D Beyond. Yeah. Just let Chance finish his... So you join us on this, as you can tell by the title, the finale episode of a Wuntian history. Many campaigns come and go. Many stories are told. Sometimes stories just have to come to an end. Like this one's going to today. So, with a decapitated corpse of an overconfident, deceitful changeling, lying in the muck and the myrrh of this baneful fog that lingers on the ground in Vanellore's forward camp. Plans and discussions will need to be made. But a celebration of a victory can come easily or not. Duron, as I said last week, bids you all adieu. If you need me, I will be in the manor. He forms himself into that of a wispy cloud and disappears on the wind. The battle is won, but the war is not over. What comes next for our merry band?
Not a great deal.
I'm leaving.
He's already gone, hasn't he?
Yep.
I think you'd all left the camp. You'd gone to your base of operations nearby where you'd left the horses and stuff. Comfort comes to you all as you sit and relax with what you know to be the generals dispatched or routed. Vanelore may have escaped, but you could tell in that moment how fucked he was. And given that he took a slap from Chupapi Grazdnyenyo's sword, Horak, give me a religion check.
Oh, goddamn.
And I'll give you advantage because it's relating to your dad.
You're my dad. Boogie woogie. Second. It's not good. Wait, you said advantage. It's even worse. I pressed the wrong button. 1 second. 8.
It's a little bit anticlimactic.
Amazing. It's your dad. I'll give you a plus 12. So you're from the revelation that may have come as a shock to you that the 7 centuries past that you've apparently been on this material realm, how long of that was spent in the service of the hag? At what point did you develop your amnesia and lose memory of the fact that you're a 700-year-old son of a demon lord of the hells? But given the touch that your father gave to end your demise in that moment, to stabilize you and to stop your risk in the moment, you know that whatever power welled within you, you no longer hold. Whether you knew it was there or not, even if you wanted to just... Father? A pause does not appear. But there is an awareness within you that the bitter bastard, as your father's sword is known, is a fucking horrible sword. And even if the blade slash itself does not slice a mother brother in two, something about the bitter bastard holds on. Do you have to let it linger? The answer's yes. And there's a strange comfort that comes to you that despite it all, no matter what your friends want to do, you feel confident in not having to give a shit about Vanillor because you don't reckon he'll be around much longer.
Wait.
All that with an 8. It's almost like it's the final episode.
Oh, what the hell?
An
Fucking
awakening.
shit, DCs, mate. Fucking hell. This game's easy.
Fucking DC's a shit. But you all sit in this moment in the camp. Boone sat next to Auron. He rests his head on your shoulder, noticing that you didn't particularly suffer any grievous wounds, I don't believe, during the battle. You muted, mate, or you're not coming through.
Oh, the thing is, the green
The
box.
green box is coming up, but there's no sound coming out. Just to add
That we can
confusion
just
to
turn it
technical... Like, yeah, I'm recognising your voice, but Bard's a ventriloquist now.
You're not actually muted on the microphone, are you?
No, I figured out what was wrong.
I think you're about to
I
try and
got
speak to us while
bitches.
still muted then.
Welcome in, Jay.
Is it better?
Yeah, I can hear you, mate.
Yeah.
There we go.
We
We
got
got you.
Okay, good.
We got you, bro. We got you.
Yeah, I did take some hit. I'm trying to remember what I got hit by, but I'm
A
a third
disintegrate,
about.
I'm pretty sure.
I think everyone took at least one.
It was something, yeah.
Well, Boone sits next to you and he laps away at the probably mildly sizzling remnants of a ghastly power. Well, I'm glad that's over, Auron.
Yeah, it's me too.
I'm
But,
glad I found where he was, so that he could be dispatched. My sniffer nose doesn't let us down once again.
Yes, you're always a very valued member of the group. Well done.
He
You are a good boy.
sits with a small smile on his face.
Goodest of boys.
Best boy. Sweetest boy.
Dog.
He gets up and pads around the camp, stopping briefly at everybody to give them a little nudge and a lick.
Returned. Jeez.
Licking
What?
back.
I give.
What's everyone doing in the moment in the camp?
Just sitting in silence, being grumpy thinky boy.
I thought you fucked off.
No, I fucked
you
off
not
back
fuck
to
off?
camp.
Oh, okay. Right.
I was-
I
I
thought,
was
I thought
just-
you
I was
like
thinking-
went.
Fuck this, I'm gonna go eat something.
He didn't even collect his stuff. He just started walking south.
Yeah.
Stand in the fog that makes
Fuck
me
it
feel
off.
like shit, or leave.
So, how's your dinner? No, just kidding.
Halday whips out some pots and pans and starts casting Create Food and Water. I'm cooking, honest.
Well, it's been an interesting day, at least.
You can put it.
It's nice to see you all again.
Yeah.
Wasn't quite 16 years, but could have been longer, I guess.
So, what are you going to do now?
I'm almost certain I'm just going to go home and live the life that I want to. That I should have done a long time ago. But, I mean, you're all welcome. Whenever. Now or in a few weeks. Sort your own stuff out.
Boone comes over and sits next to you and kind of furrows his brow and sniffs. Licks. You see he kind of looks a little glum and leans on you briefly and then walks back over to Oron.
Little head squitch.
Definitely.
Once everyone's saying that, Jack's just gonna look over to Avery and have a think. And then he's gonna get up. Just look to go to take a walk, but as he's gonna walk past Zeron, he's Zeron, can I have a quiet word if that's all right?
Of course, Jarek.
Thank you.
What do you need? He gets up and starts walking, following you.
Do you know exactly what Maybe did for you?
I have no idea what anyone has done, Jarek. I've strangely not been able to.
She's made some sort of deal with a fae, and she has basically given up everything for you. I know
Interesting.
Maybe well, and I know that she loves you. I've noticed the change in her, and the last few days with that other one have been hard because she's had everything ripped away from her because of his action.
First off, I don't know what this Fae thing is.
It's, I don't know exactly myself, but it's some sort of Fae lord. We were being followed by a warrior from the Fae realm constantly because he was worried about this pact and what it could lead. Apparently, Fae deals don't often end well.
You'd be loosely aware of the expunger, be it like when you lingered around the village and skulked about nearby when you could have. Especially when you nipped in to get your clothes back.
So that's what that rather large looking armored thing was.
Ah, you saw him. Yeah. My main thing I wanted to ask was, do you have any feelings for Maybe at all?
I'll be completely honest with you, Jarek. I don't know either of you all that well at all. I know you're genuine people with kind hearts, and you two look after each other very well. You have done up until now. But
It's what I've
we
done
did
for
know each other
decade
for
on.
very long. We met in the Fairbank. We met in my cousin's tavern, and we travelled north together, and we went into the cave. But as long as things have been happening, it feels like I've known you for 10 minutes. I don't know what feelings I have. I've not long been back of this world.
I feel a pain in
That's
the back of
okay.
your left hand, Aaron.
It's only been a matter of weeks, even. Probably not even that. And as he lifts his hand up and starts rubbing his hand, you can still see there's a mark on the back of his hand. I don't know much about what has happened to me, but when I'm gone, I'm going back with her. Lol.
She still has a hold.
She does. I was given my life back because of that useless heap of shit we left in the camp. She chose him and he failed. So she gave me back to be rid of him.
Would
But I
you
didn't even have to.
be? Do you want this connection with her still?
I never wanted it in the first place. I never had any want or need of it. I don't think people understand. From the little I've heard and been told, it's almost like you think I did it deliberately. I sat in a booth opposite someone and asked them about their god. And it got me killed.
Well, I hope you can forgive us for thinking that, but with everything that happened since, with the other one, it seemed as though it was you and it was what you wanted.
Again, I can't speak for anyone else or anything else. I left when we got out of the cave. We went into the tavern. That was the last time. I mean, we were awake for, what, all of a few hours. By my recollection. I didn't ever want any of this, Jarek, believe me.
Who would? It sounds horrific.
It could have been anyone. I could have sat and had a chat with Haldir that night. And I'd have been a want follower the same as he is. For all we know, there may be other gods.
Yeah.
Could have been a follower of one of the others. If there are any others.
I wonder if there's any way it can be removed. Your connection to her.
You're going to have to say that again, mate. Your fans interfering a bit and you're talking quite quiet.
Apologies. Yeah, I'm just wondering if there is some way that that connection can be removed, if there is someone powerful enough to do it.
I wouldn't know. I can't. I know very little. But I mean, you could ask Haldir. Maybe he'd know. I don't know. Maybe he's communed with someone. I don't know. With all this magic and gods and whatever.
It's a little much, isn't it?
I don't care for it much. I haven't had much time to be able to even take it in.
I've had a lot longer than you, it seems, and it still overwhelms me as well. Maybe we'll have to talk to Haldir and
There may be ways. I don't know.
we'll have to see.
You're right. We will have to see.
Thank you anyway. I needed to talk.
You're most welcome. Anytime. If there's anything I can do for you, let me know. I think it's the least I owe you.
I'll have a think. Thank you.
Stand up and walk back to the rest of them.
Probably walk back, find a place to sit down, just a little bit away from the rest of the group, and put his head in his hands and have a think.
Oron Boone pads his way back over to you and sits down. He definitely has a distinct smell. Whatever that creature was. Somehow masked it well. I didn't recognize the difference myself until he's now back with us, I can tell. I feel slightly ashamed for not recognizing that wasn't Zeron all along.
Well, it was a creature from another realm. We've never encountered this. We would never have known something like this could have existed.
Perfect lie, it seems.
Well, for all we know, there's more of them out there, so we should start training that. Make sure that you can pick them up a bit easier.
He kind of looks at you and then tilts his head a little bit and sniffs. How many years did you train me for, Oron?
Say it's about 7 or 8 years when we went out onto the road.
Okay, I think you're the real Oron.
Silly question. I don't know if anyone has actually picked up on this yet, but when Oron talks to Boone, does he talk in common?
Mm-hmm.
So we can hear you
You can hear me talking,
to the dog.
Yeah.
But we
and the
can't...
dog's just staring at me.
Right, okay.
He has referenced the fact that Boone can talk. I don't think Zeron has ever seen it before.
I haven't been here.
Yeah. What should we do next?
Well, we'll see what the others are doing. If they choose they make a choice on what they want to do. If they can't decide or decide to head back home, we will continue hunting down the general and officers, help finish this war, bring those to justice, put an end to it.
As I've just said to Jarek, Mr. Torres, you're all welcome whenever you want. Back at the manor, we can find you places. Find your places in the region, in the village. The vineyard needs workers, always. Need to get that back up and running again.
I would love
Bastard
nothing
growing.
more than to do hard labour in a field.
I mean, you're more than welcome to just sit about and do fuck all. That is also an option. Whatever you want, old friend. I can help. Well, I say I can help. Juron can help. But yes, I can help.
But it'll be a nice home from home, so I'll definitely be popping in.
Whenever you wish to.
Red one.
I look down. Yep, my little shrubling.
Shrub's kind of crawled his way out of the bag and waddles over and sits down in front of you. What was Big Red One?
That was my father.
See his eyes widen a little bit. Where's Big Red One been?
Shrugs. Home, I suppose.
I saw other red ones. One went that way, one went that way.
Just gonna look up at the sky and just go, Still trying to focus on my thoughts whilst also not ignoring Shrub.
I'm not going anywhere, Red One. Always here. What about Dramus, Red One? Did Big Red One say about Swamp? I thought Dramus was... Then he kind of looks away.
Miss Shrub. He's dead.
His
But he's trapped.
bottom lip quivers a bit. And he looks back up at you. What do you mean
Single
trapped?
I don't know why I said yeah, a single tear is gonna roll down Horak's face, and he's gonna pick up Shrub like off his shoulder and give him a little tuddle.
Shrub kind of licks the tear off your cheek.
That's it.
If he's trapped, can we untrap him?
I don't know.
We should try.
Maybe. Just gonna plonk him down, pat him on the head, and give him an entire ration as a treat because he's been good.
Maybe you sit in the camp, dwindling in your own thoughts, looking around at your friends and allies. Oron and Boone, Horak and Shrub. Haldir cooking up a meal for everyone that's definitely cooked and not divinely crafted. Jarek sat alone with his thoughts. You wince a little and reach your hand behind your ear and you just caress the flower, the second flower that sprouted. It feels a little soft and you caress it again and wince again as it plucks from your neck and wilts in your hand. And then a petal falls from the main flower above your ear.
Sorry.
Horak coughs as he tries to hide the tear on his cheek. Aha! Got an itchy cheek that's definitely not wet.
I'll have a look at the wilted flower, pick up the petal, just have a look at them both.
Give me a nature check.
Nature.
Give me a nature. You can have advantage because of what it means.
16 with advantage.
16.
That's
You
the flower.
look at the wilted flower and hold the petal of the larger flower that dropped into your hand. Whilst being a druid is a power gifted to you that's changed the very nature of your sorceric power, it's still realistically a new thing to you and not fully explored by any means. But even anyone with a small amount of green thumb gardener in them would know that a wilting flower is coming to an end.
Maybe we'd put the flower back down, leave it on the ground, and then get up to start distributing dinner. trying not to, trying not to let it show that she knows.
As you put the wilted flower on the ground, it kind of gently almost seeps into the ground, but fades, undisturbing the ground around it. You stand up and head over to Haldir that help him chop and cut and cook and distribute and serve whatever it is that he's preparing. A nice, hearty, cooked meal to celebrate a victory. You head around your friends. Everybody give me a perception check as Mavie delivers you a plate, please.
What is that face?
I was going to say, what's Foal's face for? Isn't he good at perception?
Ooh.
You're muted.
You're muted.
He was, but
He
I've not
was.
found the old character sheet,
Full shit, yeah.
so I just kind of fumbled together a bit. So
He was, for
mean-
whatever reason, he had observant, didn't he? And
yeah, I mean, dirty 20.
yeah, he was good at fucking perception. Yeah. He had-
21.
8
15.
with a +7.
Nice.
God.
Oh, no.
Horak
Horax.
is not paying attention.
Horak
Clearly
saw
distracted.
food, and that was it.
Horak saw food, he finds a tree to stand against.
Pays enough
No, mate.
attention to acquire the food, but yeah, he's obviously distracted.
After all of this and everything that's gone on and the thoughts going through his head, Horace can have his first sat-down dinner.
Whoa! Whoa!
Spoon. Smell him right now.
Hello! Oh my
Smell him
god.
now.
That's
Character
a
arc.
changeling.
There's another
That's a
imposter.
changeling.
Get him.
Yeah.
Boone,
Get him!
Boone sits up and looks at him. Sniffs.
Suspicious.
There's only one with that fragrance. It's definitely Horak. A disturbance in the force. Everybody else notices that of the flower that has adorned the top of Mavie's ear these last couple of weeks, one obvious large gap sits where a large petal is no longer there. And for those of you that obviously counted, you can see that realistically there are 5 petals left. Mavie hands you all dinner, chicken burger.
Chicken burger.
What a
Go on, Clayton.
Yeah, legend.
cheeseburger.
Cheese
No,
burger.
chicken burger. I found my old spell list at least.
Nice.
Thank you.
Just haven't got the stats to
Nice.
cast them.
No, I've got stats, but I just can't remember.
Of course. Enjoy it. I don't know when you last had some proper food, wherever you've been.
Oh, I've been eating very well. I've been at home, dear. It's
So, how long have you been back? If you don't mind me asking.
I'm gonna need DM confirmation.
So given
An ominous voice.
the nature and the power of the swords, Juron knew the moment that you died. He knew that given the nature and the power of the swords, he knew that it was Lolth that killed you. Juron, despite being an hard bastard, wasn't about to try and figure out to go take on Lolth.
He's hard, he's not stupid.
Yeah.
And whilst
Probably a good idea.
he's quick and he can travel and he has ways and means, it still realistically would have taken him about a week to find Zeron, touch his corpse, as was the power of the sword. He was, of course, charmed with purpose to find the body of the fallen sibling associated with a brother's love and a brother's wish. And upon touching the corpse and being a deady, an undeady, he doesn't have the power of the divine with him in him, funnily enough. And he will have explained that over the course of a number of days, the exact number's hard to tell, he sought out ways and means of trying to make contact with Lolth. And ultimately was only able to do so because of the familial bond that had been formed through the power of the magic of the swords and enhanced. And the fact that she had taken you and you were bonded and branded. And a request was put in to have his brother back. And only because of the failure of her chosen, in that assuming one's identity, the most important thing to do is to remove the possibility of being discovered. And so by not disposing of your body properly, he'd failed at the first hurdle. And so to punish Slate, Lolth allowed him to continue on his path, but didn't tell him that his time was running out. And so in her wily ways of fuck it, find out, evil, chaotic, do what the fuck I want because I can, she allowed Zeron to come back. But he is still branded, and he is still hers. And as you rightly say, what that means, whether she'll claim, whether you've got until you die, you just know one way or another in the back of your mind. You are still hers, and you are only here because she allows it. But all of this was explained, and so to go off on a massive tangent instead of just answering your question, probably about 2 weeks.
About 2 weeks. How long I've been back? Sorry for I just had to process
A
everything in my
really
brain
long
again.
thinking
Yeah,
pause.
really,
Just
really long.
maybe sitting there
about
like,
Just doing the math.
Yeah.
Still not
Yes.
quite there.
A little bit of smoke come out of his ear. Cogs are turning.
It's been approximately a couple of weeks. Seems like a lot's happened since I've been gone.
You could say that.
Someone told me you made a deal with a Fae.
Yes.
Rather silly of you, wasn't it? Pulls a bottle of wine out of his bag and hands it to you.
It's half empty.
It would seem so. Chug.
Is he about? Is he anywhere?
What's...
Is he? He's not visible, is he? Sorry, this is a DM
No.
question.
Oh, no.
He's not visible anywhere, is he? No.
Like, it's never been visible. Apart from that kind of visage when he appeared within the tent to revive, maybe.
It's just like
Never seen him.
been chilling there the whole time. Some wine.
Yeah, it's been a while. So what else has happened then, other than the blatantly obvious?
Well,
How many more like this one were there? Gestures towards the camp.
you mean the big war camps?
Yeah,
2.
the problematic ones. Oh, interesting. Well, in some respects, I guess you've all done the continent a bit of a favour.
Hopefully, I mean, I'm not sure what the Colorines are going to do, seeing that they're still pushed up into a corner, but
From what I understand, I don't know completely 100%, but I don't know how many of them there is left. Judging by the force that's being pushed forward, as Duron's explained to me, it seems as if there's not a lot of what used to be. It seems our border's risen significantly further north than it was.
yes.
But I guess there's only one way to find out. Maybe one day we'll take a walk, or go and see what's happening. See if we can make contact with anyone. Who knows, they
May-
might not even be there.
Maybe you should. I don't know if I am. She kind of glances towards the flower that she knows is there. I don't think I have enough time.
What do you mean you don't have enough time?
I think that I have to go.
Go where? You know you're welcome back at the manor.
Yes, but my end of the deal was that I would join the court in the Feywild. And seems that it is imminent.
I've got no idea what you're talking about, but I'm sure it sounds lovely. Is it just a vacation, or...?
I'm not coming back.
Interesting. Interesting indeed.
And I'll get up and deliver my last plate to Jarek.
Hey, you.
So, sitting over here by yourself. Have some food.
A lot. Been day.
Cutting out.
God damn it.
I think you were just speaking a little quiet, mate.
Yeah.
Let's adjust that a bit. It's been a hell of a day. A lot has happened. And seeing you dead was the worst feeling in the world. The very first time that we met, I always said I'd look after you, and I failed.
You didn't. There's nothing you could have done.
There's always something that could have been done, but
There's no point to dwell on it now. Get some food in you. Peace.
Yeah, I will. The flower, it's
Yes.
what's that all about? Seems wilted.
Hmm.
What does it mean?
It means it's time to go soon.
That's what I was afraid of.
You'll be fine.
I don't know if I will.
Don't start.
Ah, well, come on.
No,
You
don't
can't
start.
expect me not.
We'll deal with it when the time comes. Though I'm not sure when that's going to be.
Hmm.
For now, let's just have some food. Get
Yeah.
ourselves back together.
I mean, let's just stand up and give Maisie a hug.
And Haldir in the background, putting away his bags and pots.
Sorry.
Oh, I still have a parchment I need to give him. For his collection.
You best go and do that.
Right?
We'll talk more in a bit. Thanks for the food.
Close. Gets up, starts walking back towards Haldir. Sits down. Has some food herself.
Jack will just pick up the plate and just start moving things around the plate, not actually eating.
It look like he's eating, but he's not. Oof.
He's watching his figure.
Mate, fucking it's divinely created food. There's no calories in it. Clerics are always healthy as fuck.
So it doesn't actually give you energy if there's no calories in it.
It's the equivalent of a good berry.
Yeah.
Good
Gives you
berry.
sustenance. You don't need to eat anymore.
Dog.
So I'm guessing. Well, I say I'm guessing. Would the conversation that Maeve and Jarek just had, would they be hiding any of it, or would it have been a visible conversation? Because I got lip reads, bruh.
Just a
Wouldn't have been hiding it.
conversation. Yeah.
Wonderful. Fabulous. And stand up, go and sit down next to Jarek. What does she mean she's going for good?
I think
She's
part of
living
the
at Pontins.
I think part of the deal was that she had to go pretty much almost against her will kind of thing. This was his side of the bargain. She would have what she wanted, but in return, that is what would happen to her.
And you seem to think she was forced into this.
Forced, no. Unaware of the facts, maybe, yes.
So it's a case of not reading the fine print.
Oh, as in like the terms of a contract, you mean?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've seen it happen many a time to father.
Yeah.
Never was the best at executing deals or knowing what to do with his fucking money. As you can see, and he looks
Yeah.
down, and I'm guessing you're still wearing the king's ring.
Yeah. These are your father funded.
Yeah, I am aware. I'm guessing that one made off with the one he had. You've got one, so where's the other?
I believe Horak has it.
Horak, have you still got that ring? Hey. Just a slow nod.
As he says that, Jack takes the ring off to hand it back to Sarah.
No, you keep it.
You sure?
Yeah.
This is your family's property.
Money comes and goes.
Nocturnal wolf dog just redeemed taxes.
Well, last I remember, your family had a bit of a thing with missing money. Perhaps this can help.
Oh, Jarek, I really don't think you understand.
Nocturnal wolf dog just
I really
redeemed
don't think you
hydro.
understand. We had a little bit of money go missing, but by no means was it a large enough sum that we had to worry.
Hydrate and stretch.
Nocturnal
It was
wolf
it was
dog
a it
just
was a
redeemed
sizable
stretch.
fund, no doubt, for someone. But that ring that you've got isn't going to be a lot of use outside of what anybody here would probably use it for.
Okay.
With a little bit of luck, now that the money's not there, I don't think this whole shebang will continue for very long. At least I hope not, anyway. I've got
Okay.
to meet again with Juron in a few days, and we're going to venture north and try and repair some of what's happened.
Fair. Yeah.
Bang.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to maybe having to go at all.
Oh, I can imagine. I can imagine you spent a long time with her. No longer
Yeah.
than any of us have, no doubt.
She's like family to me. More than any family I've ever actually known.
There you go. You can choose your friends.
Yes.
Sometimes the best friends are the ones that should have been in the family.
And as you say that, Jack, I look up at the rest of the group and like, it's sensible words.
I hope one day you'll return. You'll come back and visit. I mean, I'm not going to say you're not welcome now. You're more than welcome now. But if you choose to go your own way, you're welcome to come back whenever. I'll always have a bed and feed for you.
Yeah, I think I need to have a think about what I can do now. It's not a decision I ever thought I'd have to make.
Well, I don't know how long you've got, how long she's got, but she seems to be of the opinion that it's fairly soon.
And that's what worries me.
Looks like you don't have all that much time to make your decision.
I don't know what to do.
Unfortunately, I don't think it's a decision that anyone can make for you. I think it's something that you have to decide for yourself. As I say, you're always welcome. I'll always give you room and board.
Yeah. I mean, all I've wanted is for maybe to be happy, but I don't think there is any way that this ends where she can be.
I can't speak for much. I'm not awfully privy on everything that's happened or Can happen, will happen, might not happen. But it seems like it might just be damage limitations from here on out. As nice as it is for everybody to be happy, it's an awfully hard job trying to keep everyone in that mindset. But we can but try, dear Wolf. We can but try.
We can.
Pats you on the shoulder and gets up and goes and sits back down.
As you go to walk off, I'll put hand on his shoulder as well and just give it a good squeeze. Thank you.
3 points of damage.
That was
Shoulder, you prick!
Ah.
I was being nice to you and everything.
Haldir, you find yourself sat in the middle of the camp, having just cooked everyone a hearty meal. Cooked. You definitely divinely created it and tried to pass it off as home cooking.
There are so many bananas.
Banana fritters, banana pancakes, banana loaf.
Bananas.
Bananas.
Maybe
Chocolate
You
bananas.
peel a banana just to find another banana skin.
Ooh.
double layered.
Keeps going. Keeps
For
going.
extra
Or
ripeness.
just on the edge of the
freshness.
getting pissed off at the bananas.
Yeah, Horak's just like, I just want a banana. How many fucking layers, Haldir?
Dang.
Throws it, comes back. It's a fucking banana rang. Mavie came and sat down next to you.
I still have something for you, Haldir. And she goes through her backpack and gets
What?
a parchment. Remember how you asked me to write down things?
I'm like a
Important
kid
things.
on Christmas as soon as you say that's that fucking mint. Yeah, go on.
I have a parchment about the Karachekian war camp for you for your collection.
And by an addition to my collection.
Show me your scrolls.
my hands are hovering, waiting to receive.
And you
I'll
can
hand it over.
You can see, looking at Mavie,
Hold up.
the flower above her ear is missing a large segment. It looks like it's got about 5 petals left.
What's that, like 5 days?
Interpret it however you want, mate.
Is this like a really weird flower version of Countdown? I do notice that, however, parchment. I'm gonna read first.
I'll because I've actually made a custom item with it. I don't know if you want to add it. You don't have to.
Well,
Custom items, baby. He's got about 30 in his fucking pocket.
Same,
I will.
but mostly thumbs.
This one's a 2-incher. You heard.
Yeah, I'll let you discuss the titles and stuff in the background.
While I read, oh, thank you. I am gonna bring up the flower. What's wrong with your petals?
I have a feeling it's soon going to be time for me to go.
Haldir now looks around awkwardly.
Oh, I wish I didn't ask. Oh, fuck.
Yeah. No.
No, this is too
Why
deep
did-
for me.
Should have just got her a fucking Happy Meal.
Oh,
Oh, fucking love it. Oh, mate.
Hey. No convincing otherwise on that, is there?
I mean, I don't know what convincing there is to be done. And I don't think any of us would convince an archfey.
You ever heard of one?
Yes, we've talked about him for quite a few weeks.
Yeah. Maybe there's
Banana?
answers.
Banana. Well,
I call
you-
this a happy meal.
yeah.
A
For,
healthy
Right.
meal.
for breakfast, I had 6 frozen bananas
A
mixed into
happy
a smoothie.
peel.
Have you tried talking to a higher power?
No.
Bring me a higher love.
Have you been to HR?
I mean, I'm not really a religious person. I've never have been. And, I mean, you're more than welcome to try and talk to him, I suppose, but. Deal.
Can I have a
deal
cheeky
is
talk to once since you mentioned it now?
the deal is done as far as I'm aware. Well, I don't exactly know what happened, but
Power of one compelled you.
I have an idea that the wilting flower and the missing petal is a subtle way of telling me that it's done.
I won't pretend to understand. Because magic. I will say, though, we've gotten out of a lot worse of a situation. Also because of magic. Just gonna... It's like... hand on shoulder. Just... You wanna... play with me for a second? Just give it a cheeky try, yeah. Put that new sock on, aye, wink. Dad talk, knows what the fuck you're on about.
That is not what socks me. Okay.
Orak's being attacked by Shrub.
Red one, let me wipe your tears.
She just washed her hands and then she just come in and pat my face and got soap in my eye.
I'm not crying, it's just soap in my eye.
I
No more tears, my
Hadi,
eye.
I
eczema.
appreciate it, but I don't want to get my hopes up.
I'm not saying it's going to solve things, right?
Because in the end, if the pact is complete, that means that Zaron is happy, and that is all that I wanted.
What?
All I ever wanted.
That is exactly why I made this pact. I've told you this before. All of you, actually.
So we've just got to make him sad, is that what you're saying?
No.
Because we can do that.
Aldir, you
No.
hear a voice in the back of your head as Zaron casts a cantrip. My testes are out of bounds, off limits. Don't touch them. I can lip read.
What the fuck?
I can lip read. I know you're trying to make me cry.
No, that is
For,
not.
for
bollocks
some
alone.
reason, he
I'm
thought I was going to castrate him.
I'm afraid that is not how it works, Haldir.
I turn to Zeron and I speak. Your Darcel Zavon. Do you cry?
No.
Shit. Oh, he's really good.
Your father sells skincare products, boy.
It's a bit mean.
No,
Oh,
Haldir.
My dad's
My
dead.
father's dead.
My brother snapped
Oh,
his
yeah, I
neck.
watched.
You were there.
I don't say that. I'll just you know, it won't solve issues, but maybe it'll make you feel a little better when you feel that icy touch of want upon your soul.
go for it, I guess.
You know what? It was way easier to convince the orphans to do this. Come on, hands.
What? As an orphan myself, wow.
Today, I'm still healthy. I'm still a
All
twat.
the cameras have gone off on stream, by the way.
Fixed it.
Anyway.
Oh no.
And I'll just hold out my hands like he's asked. I don't know. Maybe it's like, I don't fucking know.
We retrieve hands, and we have a little pray for maybe.
What'd you say?
Oh, here we go.
You right?
We're really good friends at this point.
Oh.
Banana turns the slush in your hand.
Oof.
It's not all I'm saying. Give it a second. You do this every time.
Entirely bad bits. Brown banana.
My Wuntian overlord, the seer of all, the great ape who watches over. Take this tiny mouse into your
It's just the scale of how the prayer's going.
Banana scale.
I was about to say the banana's going. Ah.
The banana's reforming.
Take this tiny mouse into your care, for she has only done what she thought was right, and looked after those that surround her friends, the one she loves, the one she cares for the most. If she does need to pay a price, make sure it is fair. And if it do be fair, make sure you watch over her in this venture, and make sure that no one trick her little mousy mind again. For she is wonderful and beautiful like all the rest of your little creations. And we are here for her, as I hope you will be. I want. And
Yeah, I got that.
seriously, you're just fucking staring at me like, yeah, and
It's not.
Yeah.
It's not a phone call. You don't get an immediate reply.
Just deciding how much damage to hit you with.
Banana
you
mace.
take 10 banana damage, please.
Oh, there that was shit, and you made my bananas sad.
Oh.
See, it makes you feel a little better, doesn't it? Just getting things off your chest. You want to say anything? He's always listening, though. He doesn't get back to you right away.
You know who's also always listening to me? The Archfey. So,
All right, well, let him know how you feel while talking to somebody else. Feelings matter.
Oh, I should probably get him some wine, actually.
I don't know if you picked up on it before, but when Zeron produced the bottle, I did say it was half empty. I probably also should have precluded that it wasn't. It shouldn't have been half empty.
So he's nicked Zeron's wine.
I just
Zeron is
thought
very
that
much
Zeron was.
sober,
I just
yeah.
thought that Zeron was drinking on the road.
I mean,
That too makes sense.
there were 2 bottles when we left the village.
Yeah, in Slate's backpack.
Yeah, in
not
Slate's
yours.
backpack. Yeah. Oh no, you raided.
No, there were
Slate's
2
backpack.
bottles when Zeron left the village with his brother.
Oh,
Oh right. Yeah.
oh, so okay.
Not that we teleported and he necked a bottle in like 0.2 seconds, but you know.
Immediately chugged it one go.
Also, by the way, I'm not letting you go with your hands until you do say something.
What to say? I don't know what to say.
Feelings.
Oh.
Say what's in that little teeny heart of yours. But started off with dear want, so he knows.
I mean,
You can also do dear Haldir, but that does actually cost.
No, Haldir, I'm not sure what I'm feeling. So I don't know what to say.
You know what I'm feeling?
Hmm.
Sad.
Yeah.
Bit scared. Worried. A little pang of loneliness comes from that. Maybe a little excitement? But mostly sad. I know that, Big Brother Haldir's always, joking around and whatnot. However, Haldir's heroes needs a maybe. As much as you'll be written into the books and everybody will know your name, it's a bit weird if you're not there to tell your story. And that makes me sad.
Well, but just don't see if there being a way I can stay. I don't know how to feel because I gave away everything for someone who turned out to be a fraud. And now that the real one's back, it doesn't seem to matter at all. And that's a bit disappointing, I suppose. Because while I went into this not expecting anything in return, really, I would be lying if I said that I wasn't hopeful.
That's some good feelings. It's nice to get it out there, isn't it?
I mean, I guess it's good to get it off my chest before I disappear and do whatever you do in a fake court. I don't know what to expect.
I'd be lying if I said I had a clue. The Fae are not on my repertoire. Pats your hand. Ah,
Ow! Start
love,
smacking
love,
it. Fuck!
love you silly you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes, silly. You big silly. You silly.
What are you trying to say?
I'm gonna miss you.
Hug.
Yep,
Hug.
big hugs. Can I just do what we always do? Can we just kill this Fae guy instead?
I don't know if we can, and I don't know if we should try. Do you remember what he did to the war camp?
Yeah.
Mm,
Yeah.
I don't think it's a good idea.
Pat. Maybe there's something else he wants instead.
Wine.
True, he likes wine. Just staring from a distance. Wine!
Chanel key. Get him a bottle of whiskey.
Offer him some shares.
I don't know how to talk to Fae people and ask. I don't know if I can just open up a line like I do with the one.
I suppose I could ask.
Please.
I remember correctly, one said that through. And I think the expungers said it as well. But through this pact he made, he had more access to this plane.
So what do we do to say hello?
Well, I usually just asked if he's around. And if he is, he'll respond. Might just be a cold breeze, though.
What's his name?
Oniro.
Ah.
How is your memory so bad? I've told you that before.
Listen, I've done a lot of ceremonies. I've talked to a lot of orphans. I've made this thing called a bibble.
A bibble?
Um,
What's a bibble?
I'll tell you about it later. It's not important right now. But either way, it's a load of made-up stories that people just fucking love.
Okay. Well, sounds interesting.
I mean, he ain't wrong.
Yeah.
He ain't wrong.
He ain't wrong. It's the bibble.
I don't know
Consists of 2 testicles.
why people need a book to tell them to not be a twat, but apparently I had to make it.
Oh dear.
So I'll just sort of sit there, and obviously while I'm giving her a cheeky cuddle, and just be like, "Oh, Nero, hello, little Fey Lord man."
He's like 10 feet tall. I would call him little. Ooh. Haldi is actually pretty tall.
How tall are we talking?
Very tall.
Oh shit! Sorry. Onero, the big tall Fey Lord man. Hello. Yeah, right. Don't think it's alright.
Oh, it's a deadline. Must be a deadline.
Ah shit! Have I not
Try
talked
again.
to the call card?
I'll kind of get out of the hug and sit back. Oniro, are you around? You want some wine?
You want a Scooby Snake?
Scooby Snack. Hmm.
No. Well, try again later, I suppose. And then we'll keep trying. And again, and again, and again, and again.
Does anyone else want to do anything this eve?
Sleep. Drink.
As
Finish up a
the
half bottle of wine that I've been left with. Quick.
He's backwashed in it as well.
Yeah, intentionally.
I mean, yeah.
Did that
That's
thing
fine.
where it's
lick the rim.
The sun goes down and you all find rest despite being amidst many thoughts, feelings, plans to be made. You all rest well in a strange comfort. You can take watches if you need to, but you all feel that strange comfort that weirdly, after all of the planning and travelling and watching you do, you kind of feel a strange at ease. Maybe changes on the horizon. You all get a long rest for what it matters. In the morning, as you all awaken, Oron, you first, then Zeron and Haldir, and Horak, and Jarek and Mavi, and Boone. All within seconds of each other, you all receive a message in the back of your mind. Those involved, hear me now. You are invited to the Sinclair refugee camp to discuss the ending of the war. In 2 days' time.
Ugh.
As Haldir sighs, but then realises you've got to travel
It's
there.
going to take us that long to get there, Haldir.
Oh, fuck, shit. I can't just use the Wuntian Express again.
Another message comes through.
Not Haldir. Go away.
Delegates from the King family, the Coleraine family, and those integral in the change of the war will be requested. And that's that.
Well, I
Right,
have to break it to
this
you,
is
friends.
this is a trap. We're gonna die. It's gonna be fucking great.
I'm so glad someone agrees with me.
That
That
was
sounds like a
thought from
trap.
Across my
Cool,
head.
I'm definitely going. This is gonna be great.
Reasonably, if you want to send a reply, you can.
Name, rank, delegation. Who the fuck are you? Where did you get this number?
Yeah, I was about to just go, you head to this.
Yeah, where's that effect? Like, who are you? How do you know us? Me? Am I still invited even though I didn't do any of the dirty work? Shall I come instead of my brother? Because people might not like looking at a vampire. Yada, yada, yada.
You don't receive any response.
Oh, great.
Neat.
Is it a voice that was recognized? Is it a voice that I might have heard before?
Give me a history check.
Just a straight one, yeah?
Yeah.
What do you want to... history is +0, and that is 15.
2 seconds. No, you don't. You don't recognise the
know.
voice. It was
Okay.
male.
Wonderful. Okay. Well, I don't know about you guys. I mean, I know I wasn't necessarily influential in stopping these bastards, but the fact that I received the message must mean something.
I'm just
So I
really
guess-
excited. I mean, you're coming with, yeah.
Well, I guess I have to. I've been summoned. I don't know who it is
Yeah.
or what it is or whatever, but yeah.
Maybe we'll see Larissa again.
Yeah, maybe I'm not that keen on that as much. Aldi,
Are
do
you
us a
kidding
favor.
me? It's gonna be fucking funny.
I mean, it might be for you, yes, but don't
I
forget.
mean, how many
was the one
years
who
it been?
put us to sleep.
He gets it. Imagine we walk in and just be like, should have kept us asleep longer. Knobhead.
Would you mind doing me a small favor, Haldir?
Yeah.
Would you just inform my brother and ask him whether he's received the same? If at all possible. If you've the means to do so.
I can do it. Hello, it's Aldir. Did you just get one of them mind messages asking to go to the Coleraine refugee camp?
So go.
No, Haldir.
Wrong family.
Was it? It was just Coleraine. Fox.
Sinclair.
Oh yeah, right, Sinclair. Look, I've just been stuck in traffic for like a fucking hour here. Let's give me a break. I've been thinking about bananas.
You received a response? No, Haldir.
No. I don't know. When Geordie there for some reason.
No.
No, no. I cannot believe it.
Oh, why I man?
Okay, why I not? Okay, it's fucking hell, dude. Not fucking.
Okay.
Right, cool. Well, I guess that's where we're going then.
Awesome.
Well, I'll be going. Whether you guys decide to come with it as well is entirely up to you.
Oh, you know.
We've been
I'm
summoned. I feel like it's probably necessary. But where was it? He's fucking confused me now. Are we going Coleraine or are we going Sinclair?
Sinclair,
Sinclair
refugee
Sinclair.
camp.
Right.
Sinclair, yeah.
Yeah.
I know. Why don't you know where you're going? I know where I'm going.
How dare you're just confusing.
I know.
Regardless. Yeah, Sinclair. So I guess we can start traveling. I mean, it's quite a way.
long way.
We better get on the road sooner rather than later.
Hey, let's go.
How long would it take to get there from here?
Approximately 2 days, I feel.
Hopefully.
You'd know.
Sorry, we're late.
You'd know, looking at the map from where you are now, it's at least a week. About a week away. As you all discuss your plans and ideas and make decisions on whether to arrive or not, you feel a changing of temperature in the middle of your camp as you're packing up. The temperature boils into a warmth and then settles, and a wind gathers and swirls, and in a puff of arcane finery, a robed figure appears in the middle of the camp. They immediately hold up a symbol of the Sinclair family. I think I found the right group.
Hello.
Well, that depends what you're looking for.
Pulls out a parchment. Haldir's heroes.
Yeah.
Depends who's asking.
I've-
I mean, it is.
Yeah,
He's just told us.
I'm an
You're the
agent.
one who sent the messages, friend.
I'm not. No. I'm an agent of the Sinclair family. It was realised quite quick that many people don't have the magic means of travel, and by arranging the meeting in but a couple of days' time, those that don't have the magic means may struggle to arrive on time, and the Sinclairs, especially with the importance of what this meeting could mean, didn't want to risk a lack of attendance. So I've been sent to collect those of you that wish to come. You will be put up with free accommodation and well looked after for the 2 days prior to the meeting. An agent has been sent to the Coleraines as to the Kings.
Insight check.
Okay.
While you're at it, DM, please, bitch.
Yes.
That's a 4 plus 7 for 11.
A 7.
11.
11. I mean, just believe whatever you want to believe.
Ask his name. It'll probably be Uber.
My name's Uberon Sinclair.
My name
no.
is Uber on Lift.
Uberon Lift.
Uber on lift.
With a Y.
Agent of the Sinclair
my
family.
name is Uvo. My name is Uvo Java.
Uvu
I
Java.
never went to Uvu
Uvo
Java.
Java.
I know. Uber Java.
Yes, T.
Okay.
Yes, so gather your things. Those of you that wish to accompany me, I shall I don't know, give you 5 or 10 minutes, whatever you need to do, pack up your camp.
Of course.
I can take up to 8. That proves a slight issue with, as he looks around the camp, you have horses and animals with you. I mean, I'm sure the horses know their way home, right?
I don't think they're pigeons, no.
Allow them to be free once again, Haldir. Live as
Well,
they were meant to.
Yeah.
They're not my horses, I agree.
Fair enough. Zaron goes and starts unclipping the horses and fucking slap up the arse and send them on the way.
The horse goes. She slapped it down.
Hi!
Oh, saucy.
I chase after mine as he runs away with 3 hammers.
Romulus, oh! Stop.
No, wait.
Yeah. Jarek will just unclip Astrid and use his at will speak with animals, and it's time for you to go free. You've done well for me. Now go live your own life. Just
Looks at you a
stroke
little
the neck.
confused. Oh.
Oh, you fucking freak. Okay.
Can I have a cheeky
I-
slap on
You
the
never
ass
talked
back
to me
before?
before.
I do like the neck rubs. It is nice. Plus horse honor. Okay.
Go on.
Gives you a nod
Now
and
I
then
can have a horse wife and horse family.
pods away.
Nathan's never going to believe this.
Yeah,
What I believe.
I'll untag Estella as well. Roll the stuff off. Leave the saddle, because you don't need it. Go on, Estella.
Horse nods and follows Astrid. So you gather all of your things. The agent of the Sinclair family says, I will begin my casting. If you could all gather around me, please. Those of you that are coming with me. Is that everybody? And just counts heads. I can bring the wolf. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 wolf and shrubs, just like.
I was going to say, can you bring 8 extra or 8 total?
It's I'm not wearing the shrub pack.
All right,
So
okay.
He's just
He's
about.
chilling next to you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Well, I think that makes us right. But yes, I can hold it. You see, he starts giving it the old Doctor Strange, putting some sigils in the air.
Ew.
Ew. And if we're all ready, off we go. And he finishes the final sigil. And
Jail.
Back in the tower.
surprise, bitches! It was a trap. You're all
Nice.
taken back to
I
jail.
trust it.
The Sinclair emblem falls away to see a king emblem. To jail, you pricks!
Like just before it's cast,
Yeah.
I'm going to lean down to Shrub and whisper in his ear, "Be good." And then I don't come with you.
Gasp!
You just deny transport.
What a
Tick before.
Sorry, what? Come again. Who stayed?
Horak.
Horak stayed behind.
I don't know how to look after this little fucking kobold. What do you want me to do with him?
I mean,
Figure it out.
in the split second as you lean down and say, be good, whatever's in Horak's mind, just remember you're being teleported 7 days south. If what's in your mind is further south, you might as well take the transport, but you don't have to. It's like, I don't want to go, but it would save me a week's journey. Fuck it. And everyone's gone.
Fucking Horak just ET'd fucking him.
You
Yeah,
all arrive in the center of a busy camp where you could tell an area of tents has been cleared to make space for these arrivals. There are guards stood at hand. The agent arrives, looks across the group, and then a slight panic crosses his face. Oh, shit.
What did you do?
Well, I suppose I probably should have elaborated that a willingness is required.
So we didn't explode.
No, and you see shrubs kind of walking around through everyone's legs.
He's
Red one.
just like clutching the little horn dagger.
Can I get,
somebody
get in the backpack, red one?
Somebody take his hand. It's going to wander off.
Red one?
I'll grab his hand. We'll go get red one later.
He tries to get his hand out of your hand. You gonna contest him?
Contest his strength.
Oh,
Go on then.
Contested strength. 14.
Oh, 17 plus 0.
You can tell he's like a dog pulling on his lead. He's trying to let go, but kind of looks around.
Just pulled him away from the sweets, then, has it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just pull out some rations. Like, here you go, trying to sort of get his mind off it, give him a bit of jerky.
I don't want a Milky Bar. I want me dad.
Give me a persuasion check. Only because Horak said what he did. Will he entertain?
13 for 17.
Yeah. You can see he's a bit distressed, but then he kind of stops and looks and thinks, and because Horak told him to be good, he shall calm down for now.
No, poor shrub.
I am going to send a message to Horak.
Okay.
Horak ? 2 words, because I don't know if feelings transmit. Where you at, buddy? You all right?
No response.
I take my fingers down, even though they never needed to be there in the first place. Just today. So, hello, Haldir's heroes.
Yeah, the agent kind of brushes off his panic that ultimately he was sent to get people, he got people, someone didn't want to come. Intent is important when expressing consent. It is what it is. A couple of things to point out. And you look around, and comparative to the other refugee camp in the north, which was still across the border, still cold, the temperature's not as warm here. The northern refugee camp was a lot more, how to word it? It was a lot less well tended. It was more ragtag, put together, a group of people staying because they've got nowhere else to go, and they were being taxed by the kings. This one is a lot more put together, and the main thing you notice, Auron, immediately, after all this time, at the far end of the camp is the Torres training facility. As the refugee camp was built in and around the Torres estate.
Boone starts hopping
Yeah,
wildly.
Boone's tails wagging, and despite being
Fucking crazy.
immediately unfamiliar in this refugee camp, you can tell that he's got a bit of attention to him, and he's kind of sniffing the air and looking around. Alright, have I been here before?
Yes. So,
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
yes, Boone, we've been here before.
Just yes.
The agent steps forward. Yes, of course. I was made aware that Master Torres was to be with us. I can happily guide you to your establishment, or you can take your friends yourselves. I have been told to impart that there are guards around. The delegates from the Coleraine family and the King family should also be arriving at some point during the day. The Sinclairs have imparted that this is going to be a diplomatic meeting, and so protections will be made, despite temperances being high, grudges being held, anger being held towards people. If there are any violent intentions, they will be quashed immediately.
I would just like to make it known that there is no anger, there is just disappointment.
That's absolutely fine. Whilst I appreciate, and he looks around, probably everyone here would happily run a stake through the heart of the King family. This is a conversation that needs to be held to end the war, and so violence will not bring a positive end, I can imagine.
Could you tell me which one from the family will be attending?
I wasn't sent, unfortunately. I was sent to collect you. Perhaps my superiors would know more. But just please, with thanks, we don't want anything to fall ill of the camp. This is a diplomatic meeting, so just please hold yourselves. You've been invited as you were instrumental in the felling of the generals. Any nods and any questions, please feel free. Otherwise, I shall go on.
I had nothing to do with it. Why am I here?
I was given a list of names of Haldir's heroes. If you're not meant to be here, sir, I can send you on your way.
I'll stick around. I think I should probably be here. I do feel partly responsible for a lot of the things that have happened.
Apparently, Azeron Fairbank was instrumental in the destruction of the generals. That's all I can say.
Maybe the wrong Zeron Fairbank, but we'll carry on.
He again shrugs, looking a bit confused, but good day, and leaves.
I'm going to lean into Zeron on that one and sort of just go, I'm not going to go around telling everybody that you're, like, gypped by some weird shape changer. Maybe
No, I completely agree with you, Haldir. However, if people ask me fucking questions, I've got no idea what to tell them.
Just tell them to ask anyone else, and you're not here for that. Just say that you're here as like a leader of your estate or something. You're good at lying. Why am I telling you?
I mean, I am, and I can't understand why Juron wasn't summoned here. They've brought the Kings here and the Coleraines and the Sinclairs. What about the de Montforts? And what about Juron? What about the Fairbanks? Why is it only 3 of the families?
Well, you're here.
I am, but I'm not here to represent the family. I'm here because we killed the generals.
And now you're representing a family. I mean, you know, it's a win-win for them, isn't it?
Fair play. I'll just nod and smile and throw curse words at the fucking elves. Kings. Just the kings, not all elves.
Thank you.
You're most welcome.
Love you.
I'm not like other elves.
We got to say something, Aura?
I was just going to say that, considering the other families, the Sinclairs are here as judges and protectors of the peace, mediators. This war was more or less Kings versus Coleraines. The Fairbanks just got swept up in it. Maybe that's why the Fairbanks aren't being considered.
True.
But again, you're asking the Fairbanks to return the lands of the Coleraines.
Gladly.
Don't be too hasty.
I mean, it's not really our land to hold.
I mean, it is now. The map says so.
Currently. But is it really?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure we can find better uses.
The temperature
Well,
around
roasted.
you all starts to swirl and change and boils up to a warmth as wind about 20 feet away begins to swirl.
Zeron takes a step back and stands behind the group, the opposite side of where that swirling is.
A couple of seconds later, a group emerges from another teleportation spell. And before you, for the first time in a while, you once again see the forms of Ryan Coleraine, Safina Coleraine, and two now much older figures that you don't immediately recognise, but could reasonably assume would be Zach and Isabella Coleraine. Zach
wave
now looking
frantic-
proud in a suit of armour, a blade at his back. Isabella in a long flowing robe that reminds you of Little Kitten Whiskers.
Oh, that's what I called her.
Fuck's sake.
Like, wait
Jesus.
a second. I'll give him a minute. Which one?
God.
Which one?
Not even that. I was sort of just like, the cat.
The cat.
What's she doing here? I'll wave frantically. But, hello.
Like a friendly kind of wave is offered, but you can tell like they're a bit obviously they're a bit older now. Time's passed. You see they say a couple of words to the agent that teleported them in. He nods and just starts ushering them away to a nearby tented area.
Well, that was fucking rude. All right, I'll catch up with them later, I suppose.
Is there anything anyone wants to do during the day or on?
Can I check on my flower for a second?
Yes, give me an investigation with advantage because it's attached to your heat.
Imagine. Oh, my maybe dice are not doing great today. Plus 10, that's a 23.
23.
Not doing well.
You
Listen, a 13 is not very good on my maybe dice. They've been a lot better.
You feel around the flower, and not wincing this time, you kind of brush your finger over the second stem, which is still there. Just a small nub of stem where the flower wilted away. And you kind of caress up the main flower. And as you stroke across the front, doink, another petal comes out in your hand.
Boom.
Oron, I can smell people. Familiar scents.
I would assume so. You're a dog.
That's what
How
I've shouted
different
for
time.
2 weeks.
Perhaps, no, not people. My brethren, and he takes off towards the house.
Fantastic.
You lost your dog?
No, he knows exactly where he's going. Let's come on, I'll show you around.
Yeah.
You make your way around the camp that is, as I say, a lot better put together. All of the tents are neatly arranged as opposed to just ragtag. They're all of fair size. They've all got a bed in, like, it looks comfort. It's like glamping compared to refugee camping. Well put together rows and rows of tents with a 15 feet wide walkway between them all. Groups of people from... It's a smaller camp, given that the northern one was hashed together, given a lot of Coleraine refugees and people that didn't want to be involved in the war. But there are people here nonetheless that fled further south that didn't want to be nearer the border. You make your way through the tents that lead on towards the larger abode at the back that you recognise as the Torres training facility. large tennis court size, mostly caged, but more like high walls, not to make them look like prison, but they're ultimately large animal dog pens. You can see that there are another 3 or 4 Boone-esque looking dogs of slightly changed pattern, differing of colour. You can also see a separate pen that is new to you. It is larger than the others. A homemade rock cave-esque structure at the back of it, and you can see sitting out the front, or lying, sleeping out the front, are 2 medium-sized bears.
You train bears?
Apparently, we do now. That wasn't there last time.
Wow. Impressive, I will say.
A pet bear. Imagine.
I am.
I look back to Zeron.
I'll imagine, and you will find out soon.
I remember.
I remember.
Maybe we can have a closer look. Sometime.
No. I've had my fun with bears. No.
Right now, we don't know if it's tame. They could just be training them. But we'll find out.
Horak was the bear expert anyway. Where is that bastard anyway? Alder, did you talk to him?
I look to Shrub. Yes.
Can I insight check Haldir, or is he really not trying to hide it?
I'm really bad at lying, apparently.
Right, okay.
Can I... Obviously, Horak's not a particularly world-weary person with amnesia. Is it reasonable to assume that the only place he would go back is the swamp? Since that's the only other place we know he has any sort of connection to.
You can
If I
assume
remember
whatever you
right-
want without him being there.
I think you would have all heard.
At the same
people
time,
giving Horak tell me to, request that I free my brother, basically.
and on the other side, we
I'm
can
more
dump...
on the idea that Horak's just basically gone on a lad's holiday after his dad was just like, go on, spread your seed.
Yes, mate.
On the other hand, I don't know how to take care of a kobold. Let's just dump him back at the swamp and tell him to stay there until Horak comes back for him.
That's mean.
I'm not
I'm in.
entirely sure whether that's the correct way we should do this, Sauron. Would you have somebody do the same for Boone if it was
I was
the other
going
way
to say,
round?
this is coming from the
Would
person
I have
who-
Boone return back to the training facility? Yes, I would.
But would
That's
you
where we
trust
found Shrub.
Boone to
Shit, it's
scale the world to find the training facility? In
I
which
can
he brought him
find
up?
Red One.
No, I will go to the swamp with him. I'm not going to send him
Well,
out the front door.
let's just make it our journey on the way back then. I can't imagine we're going to be here very long. A couple of days. He's not going to
Alright.
be a lot of trouble.
I can find
I'm
Red
gonna-
One.
You
We're
want to
talking
go?
about you, not to you right now. We'll talk to you in a second, alright?
Well, just maybe we do just let him. I don't
Hmm.
know. Shrub, how do you feel?
Now we're talking to you. Go on.
I can find Red One.
How?
Well, he found him last time.
How?
I can find him.
How?
I mean, Haldir, surely if he says he can find a red one, it's, I don't know, maybe they've got some kind of connection.
Right, I'm going to give you a copy of the Bible, and I'm going to show you why that's a bad idea. How?
I know where he'll be.
Which would be...
He just turns away.
I think I should have actually talked to him more often in our journeys. I feel a bit sort of out of touch with him.
I agree slightly,
Yeah.
but I feel like I don't know. I've not ever had any reason to distrust this little one.
Shrub,
He
do you
obviously
want to
knows.
find him?
Yes.
And do you need anything else before you can go find him?
No.
Do you need anything for your journey?
No.
Shrub, I'm not here to upset you right now, but do you think he would have taken you with him if he wanted you there?
See, Shrub looks up at you with a face like you've just shit in his cornflakes. And he runs away.
Oh, Shrub.
Howdy.
Don't let go of his hand! Oh!
I was assuming I was still holding onto his hand.
Oh, you were still holding on to his hand? Okay.
Yeah, it's like a 6-year-old. You don't let go of the hand, otherwise, boom, he's gone, mate.
Give me an athletics check.
It's not bad. Athletics.
18.
16.
He capitalizes on the confusion, yanks his hand free, and runs off into amongst the tents.
You've got a Torres!
Dash.
You're the one who set him off.
Yeah.
What?
Don't blame Auron for this. This is on you.
Look, I can't lie to him. He needs to understand at some point.
Can I cast fly on myself and hover up 30, 50, 60 feet? Yeah, 60 feet, and just see if I can see him anywhere.
Just don't tell him he's adopted.
Yeah, you fly up. Give me a perception check.
Oh, not great. 16.
No sign.
Can I point in the direction we were seeing him sprint, message him, and tell him, Horak told you to be good, come back here now.
I am being good.
No.
Is he
Oh,
there?
be good right next to me, please.
I'm finding Red One. Goodbye.
We'll find him. Oh, he's gone.
Can you not just send
Just-
food after
just-
him? No, you know what? No. You know what? He'll come to realise by himself.
Passively, you all see a wave of energy back towards the open space in the camp. You can immediately feel tensions raise as voices raise along with it, and groups of people walk out to form a group around the area. Give me perception checks if you should so wish. You can see
right.
guards start to form a get back you bastard riot line.
Do I get any
21.
bonus because I'm in the air?
Yeah, I'll say you can do yours with advantage just to make the difference.
Oh, Lord, now help me. Oh, fucking hell. That's a 2 and a 3. Great, 15.
Dirty 20.
18.
I mean, reasonably, you can all see that some very well-dressed elves have just arrived via teleportation.
Ah, yeah.
Looks like
Oh, the losers have arrived.
Yeah. The ball bags.
What
The
very
ball
well
bags.
dressed elves are we talking?
The ones that begin with K.
Yeah, kings.
Any recognisable kings?
Yeah, I need to know if you tell me one name,
No.
you're going to need the manacles.
I don't think you've met many of them. Oh no, yeah, you've none that you recognise.
The one. Just the one.
Yeah, so Lionel's not here. Neither is Baswell,
that's fine.
Genevieve, or Larissa.
Ah! Come on!
Fuck's sake, Ollie!
Aldir just wants his chance with Larissa.
You know what? I'm going to message her later.
Cool. Everyone kind of gathers around. Tempers are quashed. I think reasonably you'd probably overhear the basics of the guards shouting, "This is a diplomatic meeting. Everyone calm down and back off." And then the kings are led to a tented area. I mean, none of you were reasonably that close, so yeah.
I was high though, and I can lip read.
Oh, who've we lost?
Hark!
T.
Alright,
no.
he's actually gone.
Hark, no!
Alright, no. PC crashed. I'll be back in a sec. Oh dear.
Yeah, well, this is like going on and everyone's kind of distracted. Maybe would take her hair and just kind of drape it back over the flower where she's kept it behind her ear all this time. She's just kind of hiding the flower now, and then it's losing petals.
Cool.
Mr. Dungeon Master,
Yeah.
my sword thing where I can locate creature, does he have to be dead for me to do that, or can I just do that? Can I just locate creature to get a rough idea of where he is?
Oh
Oh,
yeah.
no, I
So
probably won't be able to actually because the distance is only 5 times if he is dead, isn't it?
So it's
no,
five
you
corners.
can cast
Oh.
locate creature one charge per day with the sword, and if it's used specifically to locate Juron,
Yeah.
it's 5,000 range instead of 1,000.
Right. Yeah, fuck it, do that.
But
I guess he's
yeah,
not close
being
enough, is he?
he's not within
It's pointless,
5,000
yeah,
feet.
alright. Interesting. Okay.
I mean, it's not pointless. You know, he's not within 5,000 feet, so it's reasonable to assume that.
And this is like this can detect him even if he's doing vampire shit and he's invisible and he's in a cloud of smoke or whatever bollocks. This will just definitively.
Yeah, it's a there we go. It's a brotherly bond.
Right.
The intent is to enhance the connection between the brothers.
I'll just do that because. Right, cool. Well, nice to see the bastards have turned up.
As you are all stood outside the abode, a familiar figure emerges from the front, familiar to Oron. Your uncle walks out of the front, looking a bit older, but he's an elf, so not much. He's got a couple of more moustache hairs than you remember him. Your uncle, stern and firm, walks out of the front of the building with a Boone-esque looking dog, but smaller, just at his side. Rigid. Every step he takes, the dog takes a step. He puts his arms out with a smile and stops, and the dog just sits at his side. Nephew?
Uncle?
How long has it been?
It's 16 years and 3 weeks.
It's a long time with a lack of contact.
It's very difficult to do when you're frozen in time.
Reasonable.
Blase.
Your brother told me that you were heading to the de Montfort realm, and then we lost contact. We lost our track on you. Did you receive any of our missives along the way?
I don't think I did.
That's a shame.
Is brother back?
In a sense, you know how things are. Kind of looks across the group. Not alluding to the, you know what. After his stint in the forest, he, he said he got bored, but I think relinquishing the mantle kind of ruined things for him. Didn't quite go the way he chose or would have liked. So I set him about cleaning up the shit in the paddocks for a while, and then he went off on his travels again. He kind of walks a few steps forward, and the dog walks in pace and then sits. Come here, then. He holds his hand out for a
hug time.
yeah hug, firm handshake into hug. So what of all this then? I hear you've
Well,
been
this is
general killing. Imagine my
It's-
surprise when Haldir's heroes were mentioned, and along with them, a familiar name. So I jumped at the
Well, it's,
chance to host.
oh, so not done out of any compassion then?
Say again.
Not done out of compassion then?
Oh, well, of course, I'd like to see the ending of the, quite frankly, selfish and silly war, of course, but I should say I was happy to host, under the hopes that you would come along for the meeting.
Well, once we were done with the generals, this was my next stop.
It's good to know you were
But-
coming anyway.
Just felt that it was more important than dealing with family issues at the time. It was a bigger thing to worry about.
You see a smirk kind of cracks across his face. 16 years is a long time, but it is mere a drop in the ocean for our kind, so I knew you'd be back at some point. I knew Boone wouldn't allow you to befall anything terrible. How's he been?
It's been good. Rather unusually, I can talk to him now. Actually talk.
You see, he cocks his head, and you imagine he's about to question it, but then the fucking world we live in now just nods. Well, that'll make things easier. Perhaps you can use him to help train the new additions. If, of course, you plan to stay.
Say for the negotiations, peace treaties, and see what happens afterwards. But let me introduce the party I've been dealing with for the past, well, you say 16 years. To me, it feels a few months.
Indeed.
I'll introduce them.
I could probably guess the one flying around would be Master Fairbank, being the only...
Yeah, he's not very subtle.
Okay. Ed looks down towards Mavie. Is this another Fairbank? Forgive me, I just know the wee folk are in the family.
Not that I'm aware of. This is Mavie. She's travelling with this gentleman here, Jared.
Nice to meet you.
Pleasure.
And so I suppose this would leave the man himself. Haldir's Heroes. Fantastic name.
A
This
pleasure.
is Horak, actually.
Nice to meet you, Horak.
Haldir.
How's way on business at the moment?
My name is Haldir, good friend of your nephew. We go way back. Yeah.
Way back a few months. Yes.
Technically
It's a pleasure.
16 years, but you know who's counting. Shake, shake, shake.
He also knew about magic before it was called.
I did.
Ah, so do we have you to blame?
Yes.
Wonder if you see he squeezes your hand a little harder. Horrif.
I squeeze his hand hard in return, like not trying to be outmanned. However, I'm weak as fuck.
He's got slightly calloused but firm hands. For an elf, he's clearly got his hands dirty where needed. Working man, training dogs.
Oh, I like it.
Horif Torres, it's a pleasure to meet you all.
Who?
Horif.
Horith.
Horif.
Well, Horif, you're
Uh,
welcome. And
Mr.
It's
Torres,
nice.
does your uncle have a lisp?
I do
That I'm
not.
aware of.
Interesting. So I've just never heard of your name before. My apologies.
I've got rooms ready. The main hall will be used for the negotiations, and well, you and your heroes are welcome to stay, depending on the negotiations. We will see what happens next. But make yourselves at home. I believe the Sinclair delegates will be finished with their preparations in the main hall soon, so I suppose things can get underway as soon as possible.
For all here, it makes sense too, wouldn't it?
It's no point waiting the 2 days if everyone's already present.
Of course.
He nods, turns and walks, and the dog follows at his heel.
Oh, one moment, Uncle. Are we training bears now?
Oh, yes, come. And he gestures, leads you. Do you follow?
I look at the others, especially Zeron. Like, would you like to pet the bear?
I mean, are they trained enough? Can I go in there without fearing for my life?
Well, there's only one way to find out.
You can see Horace is kind of smiling. Oh, I don't know. I might be a bit out of practice. Don't know if I've trained them well enough to not snap at a tasty small morsel.
Come on, Zarin, we might as well.
A tasty small morsel. You fill me with great faith.
Don't
Mr.
forget
Torres.
a tasty small morsel that's been marinated in wine.
Especially wine.
Yeah.
Oh, they do love wine.
Ooh.
I'm only joking. Come. And he leads you towards the bat cage.
Come on, Haldir.
He lets out a vocal whistle using but his mouth, not a tool nor his fingers.
Whistle!
Whistle! As he whistles, there is a kind of subtle echo to it that's almost ethereal on the wind. And straight away, all of the dogs in the pens all sit. They go from wandering to sitting and facing Horith. The 2 bears stand up and look. He whistles again and nods his head backwards. The 2 bears pad over towards the fence. They sit down. Yes, Oran, we train bears now.
Never seen that before. It's phenomenal.
Rescued these 2 from a circus.
Oh. What circus would that be?
They were a wandering circus heading south towards the King Realm. They wanted passage to Kerachek. You know me, I'm a sucker for an animal. We stopped in to watch. It was a memorial performance, a memorial tour for their lost leader or something. It was a bit lackluster at times, but at the end I made a deal to acquire their bears, and so I've been training them since, and doing very well for themselves.
16-year-old bears, eh?
It's tragic to hear. Glad they found a new home. So, they guard, or is there a new purpose to?
They pretty much just relax. It was more of a rescue than anything, you know. I must admit I don't make the full habit of regularly training bears, but I took these from the circus and they've been here since. But of course,
Well, we all need a hobby.
Of course. But yes, make yourselves at home. I'll be around if you need anything else.
And is father here, or?
He is.
Fantastic.
You see, he kind of looks at you with a concern, but then a smile. If I could, just kind of nods to everyone. Just a moment. Kind of puts his hand at the base of Auron's back and leads you away a small bit, facing away from everybody.
I'm gonna get the bell.
Do you still have it?
Yes, I still have it.
Okay. Maybe more. We need it for soon enough. He
Yes,
nods.
well,
Yes?
you don't know if the reputation is still tarnished or people have forgotten about it.
Mostly forgotten after 16 years, I feel, but any hiatus can come to an end at any point, I suppose.
Do they have their backs to us?
Yeah.
Well, after this is concluded, I have no further business. We'll continue with the duty.
He nods, heads inside.
Turn back to the others. Okay, let's settle in, and we'll go in, show them the great dining hall, all the ins and outs, show them their room.
You got Wi-Fi?
It got Wi-Fi code.
What's Wi-Fi password?
You can see that whilst this abode is nice and well tended, there's that at-home smell for Auron, but there's the smell of dog in the air. It's not unpleasant, but
Dog hair.
you can tell that this is a gaff of dogs. You're all shown to your rooms, relax, take a load off. After about an hour, a slightly booming voice rings out from the outside of the building. Diplomatic conversations will be held imminently. Can all delegates please report to the hall? Thank you. And then 6 seconds later, a booming voice rings out once again. I'd please remind all of those that these diplomatic meetings are held under the watch of the Sinclair family. Any threats or intent of violence will be handled within the realms of the law. Thank you.
It's alright. We've got a fair bank, we've got diplomatic immunity.
Not in the Sinclair
Can't go
realm.
that far.
No, not in the Fairbank realm anymore, motherfucker. You all go to the hall?
Yep.
Yeah.
You all make your way into the hall shortly after, led up by a couple of guards. The Coleraines make their way in, but just the parents, Zach and Isabella, don't come in. And then, shortly after those sat, there's like a large table in the hall. 6 seats for you guys, or however many there are of you. Seats for you guys. 2 on the other side, 2 on another side, and then 3 at the back. 2 kings walk in, flanked by 2 guards. They sit down at the end of the table. Now they're holding themselves with humble modesty. They are they're not being cunty. They don't walk in voguing with shit-eating grins on their faces. You can tell that they've come for a purpose. They absolutely know that they're not liked. But they're here for an important discussion nonetheless.
So now we're the bad guys because I do have a shit-eating grin on when they walk in.
Oh, that's fine. Look however you want, love. I'm just saying they don't walk in like, hey, we're kings, we.
Well,
At least they sit down at the end of the table.
Where's the generals?
Where's your general gone?
Where's your general?
Is Valoron here? Valon's.
Vanillor is not there.
Yeah.
Probably safe to assume that Vanillon might be brown bread, given the fact he took a fucking shot upside the face from fucking.
Got slapped
Papa.
around by Satan himself. Yeah.
Literally. Yeah.
Pretty much.
You have to let it linger. Yeah, and the male and female sit. The Coleraines sit. Two more.
I would like to.
Yeah.
Twin spell. Detect thoughts.
Nothing happens. You cast the spell, and as soon as the spell is complete, it fizzles into nothing. It's probably at that point.
To assume that there's an anti-magic field in here.
Bring in Haldir's heroes, the heads of the King family, and the heads of the Coleraine family into a room together. It's not turning into a fucking light show in here.
Counterspell me axe. Yeah.
Dodge this fireball, frozen molotov.
I like it.
They sit upright in their chairs.
Can I get a read on them at least? Got any insight and get a read on them?
Give me an insight check, yeah.
Do they look like normal people? Do they look like they're bricking it? Do they look cool and calm and 24?
24.
How are they presenting?
They are poker faced.
Right.
They are they're not quivering in the boots. Ultimately they are the heads of the King family. They've got that we are the King's confidence, where realistically they don't need to be shitting themselves. And the fact that they've turned up may even say things like they could have turned up, there could have been an entire refugee camp full of angry bastards attacking them. They turned up nonetheless. So you imagine, whilst they're calm, collected, and chilling,
Are these people that, given the Fairbank and King history, are there any? Do I recognise even slightly? Anything
reasonably, I don't think you've ever met them, but you would know that this is Mayrond and Loreen King, the patriarch and the matriarch of the King elves.
Oh, like Mama, Papa, like I'm 500 years old. I'm waiting for the kids to step up and take over the family.
The heads of the King family sit before you.
Right.
So along with that,
they haven't just sent a couple of plebs. They've actually gone with it. Right. Okay.
Yeah, there's an anti-magic field in this room, but you imagine if it kicks off, they'll probably be fine. Given who their kids are, blah blah blah. It'd be real. Unless it's not, but whatever. If you want to kick off in a diplomatic meeting and go back to prison, fucking go for it.
Nope.
Sharing just
Zaran folds his arms and sits back in his chair.
Thank you for the follow, friend. There's two more figures stood at the top of the table, kind of wrap a small hammer on the wooden table. You can see Horith stood at the back of the room, kind of winces a little bit. My fucking table.
Oh no!
Oh no, my table.
Our table.
Carrot checking oak.
Carrot checking oak, bastard.
800-year-old.
You see a figure, two male figures step forward. I genuinely can't remember. Did you all meet the patriarch of the Sinclairs?
I haven't even met any Sinclair, did we?
We met him after
for the pardon.
when we came out. Yeah, Jarek and Maeve probably not.
We
No.
won't.
No.
But you
But
will.
I think we met someone of some import
Yeah.
from the Sinclairs, but
Two fellas step forward. They look similar. Straight away, you recognise that this is probably father and son. The older one sitting at the middle chair, and he leans forward. I am Oberus Sinclair, overseer and lawkeeper of this diplomatic meeting.
that name rings a bell.
And this is my son, Oberon Sinclair.
That name rings a bell for a different reason.
We are here to preside over this discussion that will, and as he says will, and kind of looks at the kings, bring about the end of this war. The arrangements, accompaniments, and final decisions will be discussed here. Any thoughts that can be given will be discussed. But please, if I could request that this doesn't turn into an arguing, shouting, blaming and disagreeing match. This is not a debate. This is a discussion to bring about the end of the war. Those involved know which sides they are on. They know which sides are right and may be wrong in their opinions. But this is to be the end of it. Would anyone like any opening statement before requests are put forward from the families? He kind of turns to look towards you guys, if you want to weigh in. Or you could just let it happen, whatever.
I look
Given-
to everybody else.
Given your
Looks at
opening
Halden.
remarks, Mr. Sinclair, I believe I'll be remaining silent for the majority of this.
He nods.
Anybody else before Haldia goes off on one?
I'm just watching you anticipating
Yeah.
the shouting and the cursing of what.
Mm.
The hands go on the table, and Haldia stands. Right. Hello. I am Haldir, as you all probably know. 16 years ago, something happened which changed the fates of this beautiful, beautiful realm. And I'm not blaming anyone. Look directly to the kings.
They're
However,
both just sat there, poker face, listening to you.
things happened. And me and my heroes, as they will be known, wake up to find that this beautiful realm and the peace that it could have had from what was provided, frankly, went a little bit to shit. And thus, we did what heroes do, and we set out to change that. And I think we've kind of met our goal here. So, as much as I won't gob off and try and remain impartial, which I won't, but still, let it be known. We're the heroes of this realm, and we will continue to fight for what is right. So make your fair judgments, and make sure it ends today. I sit feeling very proud of myself.
Thank you for your opening thoughts, Haldir. I will open the floor to the kings or the Coleraines, whichever of you should wish to go first to state your case, state your requests, however you should wish to continue. Ryan kind of looks at the kings, and if looks could kill. And he kind of firms up his fist on the table. He You see Safina puts her hand on his fist. I fear if my husband were to start talking, he wouldn't stop.
Who are?
Who are?
She kind of nods towards Haldir and cracks a small smile, but maintains the seriousness of the... We might as well crack on, and we won't need long. The damage that you've been done to our land won't be easily repaired. So reparations are not needed. For we're going to leave this continent, as we've been making arrangements with the Sinclairs and their sheriffs on Calvados. We've just come to show face, and make sure no ill will befalls the kings, as we won't hold a grudge. That's for the other people to decide. We'll be taking our leave, setting up shop elsewhere. She turns and looks at Zeron.
Zaron's boiling up.
Borders have been pushed, so we'd like to accept that it wasn't your choice, being locked away as you were. But we'll accept that the land will go to the Fairbanks, and the continent will be split between the 4 families. There's no need to cause any more unrest or anger. We'll take our leave, and that'll be that. What we will request is that the kings help us in our endeavour, and instead of making reparations on the land, which will now be the Fairbanks, they can help pay for our travel, help pay for setting ourselves up on Calvados. She kind of nods and then takes a hand off Ryon's fist. He leans over and whispers something to her. Make perception checks if you should so wish.
Hell yeah.
Can I lip read?
I'll give you a +3.
That's 30 on perception.
21.
Dirty 20.
Natural 20 plus 12 plus 3 for 35.
Nice. As if he'd whispered in your ear itself, Zeron.
Yes.
Now, you all pick up on him basically say, well done, love. I'm glad you spoke, because I'm about ready to break this table in half. And you can tell, even without the insight, that he's like, if anything else, only for the respect he's got for the Torres and Sinclairs, and that he's holding it together. See the 2 kings look up at Oberus. Thank you, Safina. That's everything. I shall open the floor to the kings for their response.
I don't know why you give them the time of day.
Damn.
You see, Mayron goes to say something and then looks at you as you say that and then changes his mind on what he's going to say.
Damn.
He kind of... Give me an insight, Zeron.
Oh, fuck.
If I guess you're looking at him.
Yeah, 7 plus 7, 14.
14. He lets out a very slight smirk. It's the first kind of expression you've seen since they walked in.
Clearly, stands.
He tries to hold it, but he lets out a slight smirk. He turns back to Oberus, looks at Safina. We will take what remaining funds we acquired from the Fairbanks input, and we will give you all of that. No issue.
I don't believe that's just money you stole from an old man you're giving away.
There was no
My
theft
family's money.
involved.
You took advantage of an old man.
You see the smoke cracks along his face a little more, and he looks at Oberus. You can tell, like, obviously Zaron's getting angry. Oberus is giving him a second, but he's ready to... You see, he reaches for his little hammer. That is all. Oberus kind of pauses for a second, and you can all kind of see that he's... Oh. Didn't quite anticipate. Does anyone else have anything they wish to say?
Does that end the war?
Mayrond pipes up again. Of course, the war will be ended. It was a war for land nonetheless, and I'm sure the Fairbanks can enjoy the land that they will have been gifted as part of this agreement. Coleraines will leave for Calvados, and that will be the end of it.
And what will you be doing for the people that have lost homes, lands, and find themselves in refugee camps?
I suppose they're welcome to find their homes wherever they should so wish. It's not up to us to decide.
I propose that with the Fairbank funds going towards helping these lovely people find homes elsewhere, that King funds personally should be going towards a program in helping people find new homes and way of lives that have been affected by the war.
I agree with this.
There is already a program set up for those that have lost their lives as a part of the war.
Go on.
But I suppose we could extend it from King families to others.
And how much will you be putting aside for them?
I suppose that will be a decision levied for final arrangements. And he looks at Oberus. Do figures need to be discussed here and now?
50-50.
50-50 what?
Whatever
No.
you've got left. $50-50.
Forgive me, I couldn't quite hear you from down there. What do you mean, 50-50 of what?
The money that you set aside for the Coleraines, or the money that belonged to my father.
It was freely given as part of an arrangement.
Yeah. Not entirely sure.
Choose to believe whatever you want to, dear boy, but that's not what we're here to discuss. I say again, no theft was committed. But I say again, 50-50 of what?
The money that you were going to give to the Coleraines.
Saying half of it should go to the Coleraines, half of it should go to the families.
Indeed.
It's fine by us. I will accept
What about
that
the
agreement.
mercenaries?
He gestures towards Oran as he was going to speak.
What about the mercenary forces you've employed that are now wandering the countryside, listless, raiding, injuring innocents? You put them there. I think you should have some sort of plan of dealing with them or removing them. What do you plan to do with your forces that are now running around without a general?
We will put out missives to any and all soldiers acquired for the war effort. But ultimately, they are not our problem.
I think they are.
I believe that would be up to the lawmakers to decide. If there are criminals afoot, then they should be apprehended.
As well as the ones who put them there.
I agree, Mr. Torres. As should
But
the
I'm sure
ones
the
that
King
put them
City
there.
is a very large city. I'm sure you'd be able to spare some space for the goblins and orcs you pulled over from Karachek. You've got a magnificent city. I'm sure you can find a space for them.
Any that were left that weren't brutally murdered through feats of magic have already been sent back to Karachek. But I suppose that would be up to Haldir's heroes to determine who gets to live and who gets to die, am I right?
Don't you put this on us.
I'm just trying to determine at what stage it's our problem and at what stage murderers and pillagers, gestures towards you guys, are what side of the line people are on.
Let the law decide.
As I said, it's not our problem. It's up to the lawmakers. But missives will be put out, as I say.
Well, Mr. Sinclair, I think you've got quite a job to do now. How are you going to rectify this?
Turns towards his son. His son steps forward. We have plans in place. I won't say much more for now, but don't worry. We have plans in place. Justice will be done.
What of the new land borders? Are we leaving them as they are? Last I recall, the Fairbanks had much more land south of the vineyards than we do now. You call
Silence
yourself a
falls across
lawman?
the room for the minute. If you want to discuss law borders, put forward your case. I believe the Fairbanks acquiring the Coleraine land was what was stated, was it not? Safina kind of looks across the table and nods. We'd rather see it go to them.
I wholly understand, and I'm very, very grateful for it, Miss Coleraine. However, the lands south of the vineyard are much more ripe for the planting of our grape trees.
If that's the case, then would they not have been planted there already? I think the borders have been levied during the time you were away, dear boy, so I don't think they need to change.
It's coming from...
Mayrond.
That's a king.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give him a stink eye. Like a real good stink eye, like, you fucking shut up, boy. I'm gonna tan your hide before you leave here.
He looks at you as if to say, good fucking luck. If there is a issue with the borders, I suppose that would be a discussion between the Fairbanks and the Kings for another time, but this is the discussion to end the war. And I believe that has been accomplished. The Coleraines in agreement with these terms. The Kings will pay for your moving to the Calvados, and some of the funds sent to the families to help recover. The Kings will send out missives to call off their forces. of course, pay the amounts levied. It's all right by us. Mayrond nods. And unless anyone else has any arguments or issues to raise that aren't to do with this issue at hand, that will be the end of it. He grabs his hammer raises it slightly ready. Looks around the room. Bangs it on the table. Corith winces again. Bastard. The kings both stand up. Leave the room. Feel a shifting of the temperature just outside the building. A small gust of wind blows in through the front door. Can't really see what's going on from out here. Or from in here. Well, that certainly went quicker than I imagined it would. Thank you, Mr. Torres, for offering to host at such short notice. And thank you all for attending. I think your presence helped send a message.
What kind of message were you hoping it sent?
An understanding that when it's time to end under a loss, and that's the wisest thing to do, which I think the kings are aware of.
Still think they got us rather lightly.
As I said, this was a meeting for the war effort and the resolution of the continent. Further issues can be raised, and we are happy to mediate if needed, but those are to be raised separately. And I did open the floor for more comments, which no one made.
You also said you only wanted comments pertaining to the war. So I guess we'll save everything else for another day then, shall we?
Happily. Unless there's any other business to attend to, we have plenty to start to arrange now ourselves. They both make their way out of the hall.
I would like to approach Mr. and Mrs. Coleraine, please.
Yeah.
I will extend my hand to Mr. Coleraine, whose name I forget.
Rayon. Takes your hand and shakes it.
I appreciate your gesture. Let it be known that the Coleraines will always have place, should you wish to return.
I appreciate that, lad, but I think we'll be alright on Calvados. Truth be told, we've not really been engaging much in the war. We've just been holding the forces back because we've already had things in place. We've been planning to move pretty much since the early times of the war. We're not fighters. We're farmers.
I understand.
My son led his boys and held off the trenches. It's a fantastic idea. It's left a bit of a stain on the land. It'll take a while to rebuild and pack them trenches in, but the defensive forces were able to hold them back because of the funneling tactics that my boy put in place. It's a bit of a state up there, I won't lie, but land can be healed. At least there shouldn't be any more loss of life.
I hope not. Is there anything else that me and my family can do to help you for now. You need somewhere to stay?
No, I think with the... Must admit, I was expecting to have to stay for another while these discussions carried on. I wasn't expecting it to be over in 5 minutes. I think it's testament to how much of an effort you put in to mess up their plans, fighting away their generals.
Yes.
Well, that'll be us.
Indeed.
If you need us, we'll be in Carlos.
I wish you the best, sir.
And you. Pats you on the shoulder.
Oh, before you do leave, do have a chat with Haldir before you go.
Aye, that was a plan.
Zeron gives him a nod and leaves the room.
All there.
Aye.
Kind of just nods. Suppose we owe you some more thanks. When we heard it was Haldir's heroes that were putting the boot into the kings, imagine my shock.
I nod and look around a little and just go, you know, I was angry with you for so long.
Angry with us? Went a wee bit Scottish there.
Till I realised nothing's really your fault. Let's not go into details on it, it's fine.
You can see he looks, even without an insight roll, he's confused.
Don't worry about it. It was years ago. Now, when I woke up and saw and heard and everything that was going on, I felt for you. I remembered everything and I missed the times we had.
Well, I've got to be honest, it's been a shite 10 years.
I can well imagine. I can
What?
well imagine.
To wrap the silver lining around a shitty grey cloud, Calvados will flourish because of it.
We can only see, really, can't we? Don't know where this is going to go. But times are a-changing.
Well, city's already half built. The farmlands are growing nicely. As I say, the Sinclairs have been training their sheriffs over there for years. So we've just expanded, I suppose.
Just save a room for me, yeah?
Always welcome.
Bring it in, you fucker. Come on.
You see he goes to lean over the table and then realises that it's quite a wide table and stomps
I get
round.
on the table and I just walk across.
You see Horif's like, oh, God, me fucking...
Just face palm, man. Just
off me fucking table.
Let the
Mate,
carrot check you, oak.
I created a bibble. I can do what I want. I'm God.
not in this house. You can't.
Yeah.
He is Terrafae, Jesus.
Terrafae, Jesus.
I float across the table. Go, come on, bruh.
Gives you a hug.
I get on the table and I jump down. I hug him. And I bring in wifey.
Big hugs are given. So,
Introduce me to the kids again before you depart.
yes. He leads you outside and stood anxiously leaning up against the wall. You see an armour-clad young boy. And when you blink your eyes and look again, the young boy that you expected to see is now a well-established young man. A slightly grizzled 5 o'clock shadow adorns his face, some bags under the eyes. As you heard inside, he's been fronting the defence effort. And you see
What a shit job.
stood next to him is his sister. Another visage you expected to see smaller, standing proud, the beautiful young woman that she has become. In, now that you recognise tri-peak robes, Isabella. Perhaps another young magical prodigy in our midst.
Perhaps. Oh, look at you two.
Smiles creep across their faces and they step forward and both offer you a handshake at the same time.
There are no handshakes. There's only hugs.
Slaps the hand that way.
Get the fuck out of here with that bullshit.
Bring it in. You feel a warmth of familiarity tickle across your back as Zack places his hand on your back and casts a guidance upon you.
Oh. I do it back to him.
Kind of grips a little tighter and steps back so Isabella can come in.
The whole campaign, the clerics had guidance, and this is the first time we've seen them use it. Congratulations.
You never need it.
Fucking
Isabella leans in for a slightly socially awkward but comfortable that it's Haldir hug.
Oh, I'm lifting her off the ground and everything. This is...
You see she gets extremely light as she panic casts Featherfall on herself.
No, I'm not launching her. Ah, yeah. I
So,
won't go into it for time purposes, but I'll have them tell me all about their adventures and such and whatnot.
that they do. Zack explains how his idea to split the Northern Realm into 3 long trenches with basically 2 access points to funnel the forces along. Could either fight in the trenches, which are like 30 feet deep, or fight on the bridges, which is how they held them back. It's that time, peeps, where we go from roleplay into wrap-up. With the war ended successfully. The progressional development of the Coleraines leaving Wunt, moving up to successfully, as we know from Campaign 1, set up Calvados. Now known, mostly funded by residual Fairbank wealth. What's everyone's plans over the coming weeks? I think we'll nip to Horak first, given he sat there quietly.
I'm going swamp.
I'm going swamp. I thought you were. That's why I offered you that chance. Like, just take the teleport and you've got half the distance.
Ah, because then Shrub could follow me easier.
That is also a very wise point.
I mean, Shrub probably got there first. You're waiting for you. Where the fuck you been?
You spend the next couple of weeks amidst resting, flying, travelling, hunting what you need to make your way as quickly as possible towards the swamp. You eventually reach the borders, and as expected, it's not long before your arrival in the southern areas of the King Realm, towards the outskirts of the swamp, that a bush that looks out of place wriggles its way from behind a tree.
Fucking knobhead, mate.
Where have you been, Red One? I knew you'd come. And a smile creeps across his face.
I'm also just going to smile and scoop him up.
He just sits on your shoulder and cocks his crossbow.
Yep. And just let out a sigh and go, fuck's sake. And then just keep going.
You venture your way into the swamp, and as expected, you find the bubbling puddles of gaseous liquid.
Bitch.
Without too much investigation and searching and however you want to approach it, you do in fact find your brother Dramus. Not zombified in physicality, but clearly not of his own mind. His eyes blank. Collecting gas into bottles. You follow him to determine if what you fear is true and what your father showed you is still true. And yes, you do find in her shack lingering the hag. Give me an investigation check.
I put my dice away.
I put my dice away.
Rookie.
Rookie error.
I am a fucking rookie.
An investigation check, which will inform a survival check, which will inform
Is
a percentile roll.
14 on the dice. 22.
22 investigation, okay. Give me a survival check.
Okay, yeah. Less good. 6.
6. And give me a percentile roll.
One second.
Bear with me. Drum roll, please. Say again.
Never mind. Well, the 0 on the D10, is that 10?
Yes, 10.
Yeah.
And what's the 0 on the 100? Is that just
Man
0?
just rolled 100.
No, just roll 10.
No, you're not going to zero
I
to
rolled 10.
100.
Yeah, it's 10. Yeah.
So you got a 0 on the 10 and a 0 on the 100.
On the 100. Yep.
Yeah, it's just turning it.
Brilliant.
Fortunately.
Q.
It's a hard fought battle. How long it lasts, it's hard to tell. But through the extension of sheer will and centuries of almost unlocked potential that you didn't realize was within you, you engage in combat with the hag, slowly but surely whittling her down until she loses connection with her magic. She loses connection and hold over Dramus, who joins you in combat. Shrub, always at your side, and if he's not on your shoulder, he's running around, gaining an advantageous flanking position to make shots with his crossbow. You hear he occasionally lets out small cries that at first sound like whimpering, like a whimpering dog. The more he does it, get stronger, and they're almost inspiring and empowering, and they become more like a war cry.
Yes, mate.
And throughout the course of the battle, the remaining lingering kobolds that you lost track of also come to join the battle. And you find yourselves 7 kobolds at your side, launching themselves against this hag with your brother at your side.
Yes, mate.
And the hag is felled.
Given the low rolls, I might also failed.
You kind of beat me to it.
Ah,
fuck.
Unfortunately, it took a toll on you. When the battle is over and the victory is held, you drop to a knee, as does your brother. You feel that familiar warmth build up inside you as that connection to your father and your sheer will of your hellborn power inspires you to continue, but it starts to dwindle. You hear a voice in your mind. You have a choice, my boy. Die on the material or return home. And you look at your brother and he looks at you, and there's an immediate sense of recognition that you know that he received the same message. So you have a choice. To wrap up Horak's story, you will have some time to say some things to Shrub or to your brother or whatever, should you so should you so wish. But you know you are dying. But you've rid the material plane of a powerful evil. Do you wish to succumb in this place? Or do you return to your father?
I go home.
Okay. Closing words, thoughts, any final bits you want to achieve before you go? You turn to Shrub and he stood, cut and bruised, wounds being licked at by him and his homies.
I'm going to push my little horn dagger, not like stab him in the chest.
Yeah.
Just like whilst he's holding it, and like push it against his chest, and say goodbye, my boy, and then turn to Dramus and fuck off.
Shrub kind of walks up to you and licks at the wounds you've sustained, knowing full well it's a futile attempt. As the temperature in the warmth gets warmer, the temperature in the room gets warmer.
This warm is really warm.
This warm is warmer. You see Shrub turns to his brethren, he turns to Dramus, turns to you. We will remember you, Red One. We will always remember. And he lifts up the dagger above his head.
My boy.
My boy! And you both sink into the floor, into a portal of pure heat and fire. And you disappear from the mortal plane.
That's the Paul Walker of this campaign, isn't it?
It's been a long day. You leave your small kobold friend behind, but with a purpose and a devout love so strong that the kobolds had for the Red One. You can be sure that your memory will not be lost on the material plane. Oron. What's your plan?
Whilst Haldir is saying goodbye to the Coleraines in the hall, I'm going to approach Oberus and I want to know what's shown the signet ring. As you've heard from, and I've forgotten the code name he used, but Sheriff Miles.
Pace.
Pace, that was it.
He looks at the signet ring and he nods. I knew that Pace had acquired. Some new blessed. But, well, I suppose it makes sense that it was you lot now. It kind of paints a picture and it all kind of comes together. Unfortunately, we received a message from Church. I don't know if you met him, but it was one of Pace's inner party. Church reached out to us to explain that they had ventured to follow a lead into the Fell Deep sinkhole. Unfortunately, certain magics and energies are blocked within the Fell Deep. As it turns out, it's not just a sinkhole, it is a portal to another realm beyond. Before they disappeared, the final words we received was almost a blurring of the sending spell. It was more emotion than words. And we believe, whilst we do not know for certain, we believe that Church was expressing a panic and a fear of loss. But we do know, we've been made aware that any of those blessed by Pace, that their signets lost their connection. And so be it through the connection or the unfortunate circumstance that one's blessing can only extend whilst one is still alive, we always hold out hope, but we may have to accept the truth. We've not, with the war that's been going on, we've not had the ability or the forces available to venture into the Fell Deep, as it is still mostly unexplored. But we are in communique with the Tri-Peaks to have it closed. It will take time and powerful magic. Those who want to explore are welcome too, but we would sooner see a potential threat closed. For if one can go in, who's to say things can't come out? We don't know what horrors lie within.
Well, we've definitely got more to deal with up here. We don't need anything more. At least that gives me some closure as to what's happened to him. I'll tell the others, let them know.
You inform your homies of what is believed to be the loss, at least, if not the demise, of Pace. Okay, cool.
Are you? That is sad to hear.
Nah, he's fine.
Did tell him not to get into being bed.
It's our little boy. He's a lad.
I know.
He's fine. Don't worry about it.
But
He's lived a life.
yeah,
And he's still living it. He's
Just
being an
not living it,
adventurer,
yeah.
which I told him not to do.
but it's what he always wanted.
Nah, I'll give him a hiding when he gets back, and he'll be back. He'll be back. He'll be
We better
back.
make it quick because they'll be closing that soon.
He'll be back.
I'll make sure to tell his family when I return home.
He'll be back.
I don't know if he will, Haldy.
He'll be back then. He's coming back.
Haldir
Is he
spends
proper,
the
like,
next
full-on
few weeks
inconsolable?
inconsolable.
Doing a roll of emotions.
What
Now he'll be back.
What is next for Oran?
Well, he's going to start rebuilding the Tecton reputation. Like I said, he's going to go after any deserters, any ex-King's forces that are causing trouble, help restore order to the land.
You do hear that the kings uphold their end, and as planned, they sent out missives to call back those forces. but without being able to individually name every individual member of the army and the mercenaries they hired, there are bound to be some stragglers. And whilst many of the forces do return to the King City and the continent begins to flourish once more, ultimately there are always going to be criminales, mercenaries, and bastards. So I suppose, would you agree that Tecton dedicates the next however long it takes to less so being the bounty hunter in reputation, more the Punisher, bringing about the end of the bastardry lingering after the war?
Yeah, he would have sort of just headed out, start securing, bringing order. Not so much worried about keeping people alive now. He feels that that's no longer a possibility. Yeah, and every year he'll go and visit Zeron, have a walk around the fields, and yeah, he dedicates his life to clearing up what's been going on.
Cool. Haldir,
Hello.
I think I know the majority of what you're doing, and so feel free to butt in. But post-war resolution, you dedicate your time starting in Fairbank Village, moving to De Montfort, and to Sinclair, and even to King City, as a new leaf is turned to a degree. Spreading the word of the nature of proper practice, faith, and belief in the Pantheon. The clerics are brought to understand that magic isn't the enemy. It's everyone has the potential for bastardry, and that magic should be embraced and capitalized upon as much as faith and belief and divine purpose can be capitalized upon to do good, and you spread your word. Religion in of itself is developed strongly, and the Wuntian faith flourishes. I don't know, for the sake of adding mechanics to purpose, that whilst being a cleric of Want, you are greeted one day, probably a couple of years later, after a long ceremony. You are approached by a figure who offers some solace and communication and conversation. Being the friendly chap that you are led away to a quiet place. That place is a small temple to Want. And probably for the first time, after all of the teachings and faith and belief and banana-based meals you've created, a statuesque carving of a large ape's face on a stone wall comes to life. Whether it's just an imagination or it actually happened. Magic. You've always believed. And Want speaks to you. Thank you for everything you have done.
Grasp my holy symbol. I knew it before it was cool. No, I'm not saying that. All for the betterment of us all.
I don't want to step on my sister's tale. But would you like to spread the faith to Karachek?
By your word, I will do what must be done.
Then kneel.
I kneel.
Who's Neil?
Who's Neil?
That's
You,
one's actual name.
you feel a coldness fill you that would make the average man's balls tremble. But it is not an uncomfortable coldness. It is a winter empowerment. You feel blessed, emboldened, inspired. Rise. Sir Haldir,
Right. Oh, sir.
Paladin of Wunt.
Oh.
God damn.
And you become the first Paladin of Wunt. You go on to spread the word across to Calvados, visiting the Coleraines to see that Calvados is indeed flourishing. Over the course of the next many decades, it will grow to become a booming city of middleman between the continents.
I would just like to add, if my brother and or sister and or handmaid, I would have reached out to them first and seen if they would have liked to come with me
Yeah,
and start a new life on this new continent.
the handmaiden graciously declines for reasons that you probably are aware of. That she's a raging fucking assassin. And she's got other priorities. But your brother, seeing how much work you've put in, starts to let go of that I love you but I hate you. And his banterous at most fuck you Haldir turns into a very proud and inspired belief. He too becomes a cleric of Wunt and follows you on your pilgrimages across to spread the faith.
For a bit. For a bit. For a while.
For a bit. Before you settle.
For a bit.
Yeah.
And make babies. As the future will tell.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah, boy. And so, with Haldir surviving, Saviour can exist.
I'm my own dad!
You did it!
Lad.
I was going to move on to Mavie, but she's fucked off.
Has Nero got her already? Fucking hell.
She's gone, mate. No choice. Don't get her wrap up. She's in Feywild.
God. Fucking God.
Zeron.
Hello.
What's next for the wee man?
Well, it greatly depends on what other people want to do.
Okay. Jarek. Same. Cool. Yeah. That's why,
Yeah.
that's why I was waiting for Mavie.
Sorry,
Yeah.
pal.
Fuck's sake.
TikTok, motherfucker.
TikTok, motherfucker. Horak, I shall embellish to go on that despite it being difficult from the hells, you are made aware that the love and devout belief in the power of the Red One, an order, if you will allow, or we could not,
Yeah.
is set up amongst the kobolds, who take up residence in the Hag's Shack and the caves below, turn it into a flourishing new home for those
Did they keep the
kobolds.
snake?
Oh yeah,
Oh,
Pet
fuck,
snake.
even better.
mascot, mate, mascot. A home for
Eight
those.
kobolds riding a snake. That's
Yeah,
terrifying.
that's it. Yeah. A home for those kobolds that don't want to live under the sometimes oppressive nature in Kerachek. But they form an order, nay, a brotherhood, in celebration of Horak, who became Horax, but never gave up his hammer. And the
Yeah, 3 of
Brotherhood
them.
of the Hammer is formed in Horak's name. An order of paladin kobolds in devout faith of the Red One. And now she's back. Mavie,
Yes.
you spend the next couple of days, I suppose, with slightly worried thoughts creeping in as every morning you awake and instinctually feel the caress of your or you caress your flower and another petal drops. What would you do in those first few days after the diplomatic meeting?
I think I'd like to venture out again. Spend my last days on the road, like I've spent most of my life. I'll to everyone who stays behind or who goes a separate way, I'll say goodbye with a big hug. And I'll sneak some parchment into their bags.
More parchment, you say?
More parchments, you say. However, this is not a story to add.
Damn.
This is more of a drawing that Mouse and Wolf used to leave behind wherever they caused mischief. And I'll send it in the tavern. Whoever cares to check their bag would find a drawing of a wolf and a mouse.
Nice. Let me put that up on screen. I love how the file's called Wolf and Mouse. Wolf and
Mouse.
Wolf and Mouse. Just bash that up on stream so everyone can see. There you go. The nice image of a wolf and a mouse on pieces of parchment is left in people's bags. With a couple of days on the road to explore what I suppose you believe to be your last few days of freedom. I'm going to change the music because that is not appropriate.
Yeah.
Time
on
to
an
leave!
adventure. Going on an adventure. Shit. No, we're not.
Yay, servitude in the cold. Fantastic.
I suppose
oh, yeah,
Jarek
I'm a
could.
sacrifice.
Jarek would have
be
gone
there.
off.
Yeah, obviously. As the 5th day from whence the first flower or the second flower wilted, you awake to find another figure in your camp. A tall figure with black robes and prominent antlers atop his slender, long-eared face. Well, well. Look at the time. I may have seemed absent, but as I said to you at first, I'm always here. I'm always listening. I cannot mistake the trepidation in your heart. For yes, a pact was made. Perhaps the details may have remained unclear. But the most important point is that whilst I sought my end of the bargain, and his happiness as intended was provided. I cannot mistake your uncertainty. But the time has come. Your flower will bloom once more in the court as you join me in the Fey realm, Moonstrider. I don't want you to be unhappy, but I know that eternity is a long time for you to find your new happiness in the realm, in my court. I know you will. So I shall allow you to say your goodbyes before you join me. He stands and pulls out a bottle of Fairbank Special. Pours himself a glass.
Don't let off there, honestly.
Where's me fucking wine, bastard? He kind of gestures towards you two and turns his back and walks a few feet away.
Well, seems like this is it, Wolf.
I can't. It's gonna hurt too much. And you know, as much as we've done everything together over the last how long now?
It was a bit over 10 years if you disregard the 16.
Yeah. You're my family. All I have. And all I've ever wanted though for you is for your happiness. And I know what you wanted in life. You want to love and a family of your own. And I want that for you more than anything. So Jarek will stand up and walk up to Onero.
Where are you going?
It's okay. Onero,
Yes, dear boy.
I know that seems pacts or deals are not given lightly. That they must be complete in some way.
Yes, yes, you are.
Which is why I'm asking that what will it take for this pact to be resolved another way? For maybe to remain here?
Wolf.
No. And he'll be given the happiness that she deserves, that she wants, with the people, the person that she loves. What can I do to ensure that happens? And I know I'm not a religious man in any way, but I'll just look, and I just pray to all the benevolent gods that are out there that this can be done. And I am going to use the paid for, banked, yet unused divine intervention that we have.
Oh, no.
Motherfucker.
No.
Paige, can you just check your DM real quick?
Oh boy. Tarek. And she's gonna walk up, take your hand. It's okay.
No.
You've
You deserve this.
Derek, you've seen how he is.
I know. But this is what I'm willing to do for you.
Yes.
That is
Because you
certainly
deserve this.
an expression of faith.
I'm just thinking that you're going to do this in vain. Do you not see how he was? He doesn't care.
I know. But I had to try.
Anyone for some wine? Sharon pops out of a bush with a bottle in his hand.
Maybe go to him.
No.
Please.
What? Now you've confused me. Why would you?
Because this is what I know you really want.
What are you
And
trying to
if
do,
I
Wolf?
can give this... I'm trying to resolve the pact another way. I'm trying to see if there's something that I can do that Oniro will, I don't know, take me instead.
No.
I understand you can try, but I've had some dealings with contracts. And the contracts are usually between the signer and the signee.
See how Nero's kind of just stood awkwardly sipping his
He's
wine,
just enjoying the drama. He's just like,
waiting
oh
for
yeah.
a moment, leaning up against the tree. Like, well, this got
Oh yeah,
juicy.
this is.
I understand what you're trying to do, Wolf. But it's going to have to be a bloody good offer if he's going to take you instead.
Turn to Oniro. What do you ask? What do you want?
Wine? Mr. O'Neill?
I wouldn't mind a top up, dear boy, yes.
No. Just bonk.
Wait.
Just fill his glass up.
Borderline alcoholic
That was
archway.
laced with anti-fey juice.
Borderline alcoholic archway.
Let's go straight through, don't worry about it. It doesn't even touch the sides. You
Goddamn.
feel a presence in this place. More than just Oniro, who extends an aura of... I mean, man's got aura. It's not just his 10-foot tall archfey presence that commands attention. You just feel his presence more than just see him. You call out to the divine, Wolf.
Yes. Whatever they want, whatever anyone wants for this to happen.
You see, unfortunately, the divine hold control in what ways they can in power over this place. I'm not going to akin myself to a god. You see, he lets out a cheeky little smile. But I hold power in my domain. Let's not mistake that.
All this while this is happening, Zeron's walking around just patting him like, oh my god, is this dude actually real? Like, fucking hell, he's big.
He's so fucking tall.
Oh, I should also add that Zeron cast fly on himself to get up to put the wine in the... because he wasn't really tall enough. Zeron's just like floating around him, just patting him. Like, oh my god, he's real.
A call out to the divine to effect a pact that was made. Kind of looks at Mavie, perhaps hastily. But no doubt wreathed in confusion at the time. I will put forward, and you see he kind of flicks his hand and a couple of cards appear in the air. A couple of choices. which
Excuse you?
a little squirrel.
Something random just died in the forest.
This is so
We got to-
exciting.
Squirrel on a nearby tree shits itself. It's like a fangirling on the tree.
I was about to say some kid just walks in and Nero just like quickly stabs him. Nah, not for you. Not your moment.
Queek.
The claiming of your divine intervention will allow a choice to be made. For the divine hold power on this realm, but as does Onero. And the power to affect things on the material plane they might have, but the power to diminish an archphase pact they might not. Onero holds out the cards that kind of rest before you, and they're a good 4 feet. By the time he kind of gestures, they look like playing cards in his hand, but as he gestures them down, they fall in front of you and look almost like screens to a degree. Windows into what could be. A choice to be made. On one screen, or one window into the what could be, you see Mavie in an unfamiliar forest of vibrant colours. The night sky above littered with stars. A smile across her face and a dress of silken blacks and blues. On the next card, you see 2 figures in a similar scene, with Mavie in her dress of blacks and blues, and Jarek in a suit of green next to her. On the third screen, you see once again Mavie in a forest of bright colours, in a dress of blues and blacks, with another figure beside her. Zeron in a suit of green. And on the fourth screen, you see a familiar scene to that you are stood in now. Almost like a mirror into what's happening right now. You all look as you are in this scene, all together in this place. But Onero is not in the picture. And as you look at this fourth window, Mavie, whilst it's not abundantly clear, you sense that there is some kind of loss involved in that fourth window. Make me a religion check, which will inform an arcana check.
Oh boy, here we go.
Biggie's losing his mind.
Please, maybe dice. Be good to me. 21 for religion.
Okay, give me an arcana check. The DC is now lower.
17 for arcana.
That's enough. You get a sense that in that final window, that is a scene that looks just like the scene you're in without Onero, but it becomes a bit more clear as you focus on it that without Onero in the picture, you also have no connection to any kind of power or magic. No sorcery, no druidcraft. What other things that could mean to take one's inherent sorceric ability that was turned into druidcraft and take it all away for the ability to stay with both of your friends. Who knows what it could mean? But there are 4 choices. Complete your pact and go to the Fey realm. Complete your pact and go to the Fey realm with your wolf friend. Complete your pact and go to the Fey realm with Zeron. You imagine Zeron would have to want to go as well, just for clarity. And the 4th choice. End the pact, remove Onero, but also remove your magics. Whatever that could mean, to have your power stripped away.
Can we all see this?
You can all see what's on the screens, but you don't. Only she gets the vibe of what.
Vibes.
Because the 4th one just looks like a mirror to what's happening now, except Onero's not in the picture.
Jarek does not know what to think, and he doesn't know what this is.
It's not your choice to make, dear boy.
Zeron has a visible confusion across his face.
I'll just turn to maybe. Well, this is always down to your choice, so I leave this up to you, and whatever choice you make, always loved you. Give you a hug. Turn away from the scene and just sit down and just bow his head.
Turn to look at Onera for a moment.
He's got a shit
Look
eating
back
grin
and
on his
forward.
face because he's fucking loving the drama.
Like
Guilty!
Before I make my choice, can I ask you, why are you here? Zeron, why are you here?
Why am I here? Sorry, I
Yes.
thought you were talking to him.
I was going to say, wait a second.
I thought you said you were
No.
looking at Onero. I
I
don't
looked
know.
at him, I turned to you.
Why am I here? I'm here because you left without saying goodbye. The pair of you. And I was all quite nicely just watching, living my life at a safe and totally not weird distance. Until somebody said you were all the family they had.
Wolf Warrior 25
Now, with
just
all due
redeemed
respect,
taxes.
the last 16 years, granted most of it, we've not been ourselves. But the last 3 weeks and the time before, does it not mean anything to either of you? Not necessarily me, but Haldir, Oron, Horak, Boone and Shrub. I mean no ill will when I say this, Jarek, but you've got more than just her. Maybe I can
stand
be
back up and
forgiven.
turn. I'm sorry, I just never realized it's been tough. All this sudden introduction of magic. Everything, it's just been something far beyond anything that I can ever understand.
The same for us all. It truly is. Something that none of us saw happen. As much as Haldir says he thought he knew it was happening, he did. He got lucky with a guess. And I can almost see a visage of him looking at me, shaking his head right now. But aside from everything, you've not just got one. You've got at least another 4. And 2 pets. And probably a cat back in the village who'll be
I
a bit
mean-
sad to see you go.
I mean,
Probably the people in the guilds having a helpful hand.
there's as much as maybe as want a family of her own, so have I. So,
Then that is what you should go and pursue, Jarek.
yeah. I mean, it might be much nicer if you were there with me, but
Join her then. Go with her. Make a family in the Feywilds. There's nothing to stop it from happening.
but since you made me realise though that I would miss you lot as well.
You're always welcome back, Jarek. If there's a way for Onira to get here, there's a way for you to get in.
Jarek, I think you should stay. You'll be fine without me. It'll be tough. It'll be tough for me as well. But you'll be alright.
I don't mean to interrupt. Mortal feelings are a little lost on me at times.
Same. Sorry, that's uncalled for. I apologise.
It may seem a little crude and a little final. But if it would make it easier, I could just make you forget.
No, don't you dare.
The offer's there.
No.
Zaron takes a step away from the crazy 10-foot tall deer man.
These
I've gotten
memories
enough.
are more precious than anything I hold.
I've probably got about until the end of this glass for you to make a decision.
Zaron floats up and tries to put some more in.
He allows it.
Now then, that
Turn to
option is
maybe kneeling for
hug.
hug.
Well then, that option
What is your wish?
I'll...
What is your choice?
Zaron,
That is I. Hello.
are you happy?
I don't know what happiness is, Maeve. I've been shot away for 16 years. The day I woke up, I died. I've been locked in a room in a mansion for the last 2 weeks. And some days. I don't know what's going on at the moment. I understand you did what you did for a reason. But somebody else's happiness should not be the gauge upon your own.
Like I said a few days ago, yes, it was a stupid decision maybe, but there is no changing it now.
You have to uphold your end of the deal. It seems Jarek is rather upset. So I think he should go with you.
Jarek has his own life to build here. This realm is all he's ever known. Now it takes him a while to adjust and adapt, doesn't it?
It's all you've known as well.
Yes. But I knew that this day would come ever since I made that deal.
Judging by the look on his face, I'm sure he did as well.
And I knew that your happiness would be the end of it. So you must be happy, even though you might not know it or understand it yourself.
Can I remember and put two and two together and understand that when that voice in my head said, "Are you happy?" that was what it was meant by it? Is that a reasonable thing, or do you want me to make a roll?
You can remember.
So, because I was happy that my friend didn't
Yaria
die,
Iron Knee just followed.
that's fulfilled the bargain.
It might not be the most fortuitous of ways of dealing with things. But as I said, I'm not here to concern myself with the feelings of mortals. The pact was made based on the happiness that was given. As I said, there is a choice before you. You don't have to go at all. Gestures towards the fourth. You could end the pact right now, and I could sever your connection to any power you once had. What happens to someone whose inherent power is currently severed? It's not for me to say. Who knows? Might be fine.
Just turn to maybe and like, I don't. Whispered. I've learned.
Jarek. She looks at Zarin again and turns again. I don't think happiness is made for me on this plane of existence.
I'm sure you'd be happy in the court. It's a wonderful place.
Maybe.
Well, maybe. Then there is only one choice to make. And I'll just put on the chest, touch on the chest, follow your heart.
Give him a hug again. Just promise you don't forget me, okay?
I won't. And I'll reach up and push back her hair and... Onero, what do you call these flowers?
That's a fantastic question, dear boy. It's my absolute favourite.
It's my favourite. I don't know. Shit. Faye Google.
Fucking page is forgotten.
It's a night sky petunia.
That's the one.
Mm.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
my favourites. A court favourite, in fact, the night sky petunia.
Can they be grown in this realm?
Of course. He waves his hand. A small root bed of soil appears.
Genuinely thought you were going to give him a pack of seeds.
So did I.
There you go. Here, look. Don't be sad. Plant some flowers.
And this one is a tomato plant.
You plant this and it'll grow.
Never forget you then.
I'll let go, walk over to Zeron, give him a hug.
A hug is reciprocated.
Well, it was nice knowing you for the time I did. Even when it turned out it wasn't you at all.
I enjoyed spending the 3 days we had together. It was
Good.
somewhat enjoyable.
Good. I wish you happiness.
Same to you, little mouse. You're
Go
welcome
again.
whenever.
I
he
don't
lets
think
you
I'll be
out.
back.
Maybe there
Sure,
must be
we
some where you can visit.
can figure something
just-
out, no doubt.
Well, Instead of saying goodbye, I'll just say see you soon.
In a bit, La.
Give my regards to Jane and to Neve.
I will do.
Yeah.
And you finally go talk to that big cat. I know you like her. Give Jared a bit of a smack in the leg.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. I'll give away my backpack with all my things to Jarek. There you go.
I'll keep them safe. I'll also go and take the root ball off Onero.
The what?
The flower.
Oh, yeah. The root ball. So I missed what you said.
The root ball.
He taps on his glass. Oh, dear.
Yeah, I'll step back up to Nero. Well, I'm ready.
Gestures towards the floating window cards.
I'll reach out and very gently tab the first one.
As you place your hand on the first one and the intent expressed, the other 3 cards disappear in space. A cool breeze blows through the area surrounding you all, which turns into a warmth, which settles back into the temperature of want. Onero waves his hand in the air, and you look up into the sky to see a twilight sky of blues and blacks and purples, scattered with stars. He waves his hand towards Mavie, and her clothes fall away to form a dress of blues and blacks. The flower regrows behind her ear and blooms in a brighter shade than before. Until next time, look after this place. He taps the top of the bottle of wine and it refills.
Oh, little bit of company for the road. Thanks.
He goes and stands next to Mavie. He puts his hand on her shoulder.
He has to reach down like...
Yeah, his arm extends.
Weird.
Turns into Stretch Armstrong.
Oh, God.
He stands next to Mavie, crouches, pats her on the shoulder, then stands up again. God, you are small.
Yeah, I know.
And with a
after
spin
her.
and a flourish and a nod of his head, he waves his cloak. And the 2 of them disappear into a splash of blue-green light. Just punch myself in the face. The sky once again settles into the cloudy blue of want. You 2 are left at the roadside.
You coming home then, big man? It's entirely up to you. Bed
Yeah.
for you.
Yeah.
Rock
I
and roll.
suppose there's a flower bed at the manor I can plant this in.
Oh, of
Let
course.
them grow.
Of course. If there's not, we'll make one.
Keeping the flower was there the first time. It's going to happen again.
I was going to say that. Did anyone see where the flower was originally planted? Where May found the original flower.
I think she picked the only one that was there, did she?
Wilted bed of those flowers that Horak just blissfully ignored when he found her.
Go back, have a look. You can find it.
Behind the
Horak,
manor,
don't do plants.
in the garden.
I think Horak's just a pile of ash
It's
in
all
this realm at the
to me,
moment.
brother.
It's a little bit timey-wimey. That's obviously an extension. Maybe you blink a couple of times and find yourself in a place of quite tropical warmness. But it's not
how uncomfortable.
it's not an uncomfortable warmness. You feel quite comforted by it.
It's not Barbados.
You take a few steps forward through the trees, in which you find yourself following Onero's footsteps. Each time he steps, a small flower grows and then disappears, along with his footsteps. He pulls apart a set of vines between two trees that look like curtains across a doorway. And out opens a huge glade that at first glance confuses you, as it's a visage of plant life mixed with architecture. A strange blending of marble and earth and plant life and stone, as it gives way to a large palace, Disney style. Welcome home, Moonstrider.
It's a bit much.
Well,
Why is there a mouse up there?
Oh! a little mouse-headed rabbit hops by. Don't see me! Oh!
Oh boy.
Course. Yep.
You look across the open glade, and figures start to emerge from the tree line as they come to meet Onero back from his travels. You see shirtless, long, straight-haired centaurs.
Nice.
You see
Duck that wears only a shirt.
a duck that wears only a shirt and a little
Fuck.
sailing cap. You see a long dog-faced figure walk forward and trip.
Bipedal dog with a little top hat.
And for some reason has a dog.
Gosh.
Just two teeth at the front of his snout.
But these figures and these creatures and these beings that you've never seen before and almost couldn't even imagine step forward. They wreath you with flowered vines. They spin you and twirl you. They cast prestidigitation, fireworks, and starlight splashes as you walk and enter the realm. Do make her at home, won't you all? I'm sure she's going to be homesick for a while. Maybe we can peer in from time to time. Maybe even visit at some point. Don't be sad, Moonstrider.
Quite nice. Easier said than done. But as you alluded before, mortal feelings are sort of past you.
He pulls a bottle of Fairbank Special from under his robe. He hands it to you. Mortal feelings aren't your own anymore, my dear. For mortal you are no more. You'll get used to it. Now come, enjoy the court. You see, he kind of starts to levitate and floats towards the palace.
Lazy.
Just hold on to the wine for now, and then see if I can follow.
Yeah, and almost thoughtless, you start to follow. You can levitate if you should so wish. Zeron and Jarek. You make your way back to the Fairbank realm.
Get back, walk down the street, point him at the tavern, and then start the climb up the step. Not the step, the hill.
Head down. See who's
Yeah, you're cutting out a little bit, mate. You head into the tavern to find Jane serving drinks And Neve sat near the bar, trying not to flex, but her dench arm rests on the bar. You can see she's got a small book next to her. It says Bibble or something like that.
H. Egon.
Damn! H. Egon at the bottom. You can see she's got a small Wuntian symbol on her lapel. Hello, Jarek.
Hi.
You look sad.
Yeah.
Do you need a drink?
Something strong.
Jane looks over and smiles and nods. Grabs a brown bottle of unlabelled ilk, puts it on the side with a glass next to it. That'll put hairs on your hairs.
Hairs on your hairs.
Good.
You know?
I really need this. So anyone got a job for a big dumb brute? He's got nothing to do right now.
See, Neve
Talk
looks
about a
over
cat
and,
like
and
that.
smiles. Yeah, bastard. It's me, big dumb brute. Neve looks over and smiles. Well, I don't know if you're still friendly with old Egon. But he's quite inspired the populace over these last couple of days before he disappeared. I know he's got plans to do some travelling and spread the word. She pats on her Wuntian symbol. We could always do with some more missionaries on the travels, should you so wish.
Is Neve sat at a table or at the bar?
She's kind of at the bar on a stool, kind of resting, trying not to flex.
I'll just go and sit next to her. Kind of feel a bit less of a man next to you. You're a bit stronger than me, it seems.
She kind of looks a little bit smug, raises her eyebrow. It's not about who's the most manly. It's about what you do with that strength that's important.
I think I'm done hurting people. I think I want to help.
She nods and pats her lapel symbol again. Well, no doubt the old bugger will need some protection while he's out there, and she winks.
No. If you'd allow me to join you, then I would. Gladly.
Of course. She nods and smiles. And you can tell now that her whole demeanour has changed. From the raggedy, depresso espresso that she was when you came back to Fairbrank not too long ago. You can tell that she's got this reinvigoration, this purpose, this faith that has been brought to her from Haldir, and he's shown that there is things that need to be done. And it's not just about giving in to the rage within and beating up motherfuckers. As she said, you can put that strength to good use. It's not just strength of body, but strength of mind and strength of heart to make a difference.
And I want to make a difference. And last time I was here, you didn't seem too good. But now
Kind of looks at the
I
floor
can
a
see
bit
that.
and
Hey, don't look down. It's
scuffs
okay.
a foot against the stool leg a bit.
There's no need for that. It's okay. Because now I can see the difference in you. And it's good to see.
She smiles and nods again.
Do you want to share a drink?
Absolutely. She grabs the bottle and leans over and pulls another shot glass out. Pours you both a drink. me a Constitution saving throw as you knock back the shot of undisclosed brown bottle.
Fucking brown
Well-
bottle, man.
A brown bottle rears
I
its
have a plus-
ugly head.
I have a plus 13, so let's have a look.
It's not enough.
I thought Brown was going to be okay. He wasn't.
28. 28.
28, you know it's gonna sting in the morning, but you're a big fella. You firm it, but fucking hell, you can maybe manage one more of them before you have to settle down.
Jesus.
It's fucked. Whatever it
100%
is.
proof.
God damn it, Neve. What the hell was that?
I don't know.
Just pat on the back. Maybe not another one. Jane, have you got something that maybe slightly less strong? I wasn't expecting that.
Oh yeah. As for the strong stuff, she takes the brown bottle, kind of puts a cork at hitting distance, puts it down.
Doesn't even want to breathe the fumes.
I know, yeah. Puts out a bottle of something a bit more respectable, cheeky rum or a whiskey or whatever.
Well, the negotiations went well. Seems war is over.
What
If you want
is
it.
it good for? Absolutely.
We went completely different ways then.
So yeah, I think you've celebration we have because it's finally calming down and we can get some sort of semblance.
Well, tonight we celebrate friends, loved ones, loss, gain.
Yeah.
Kind of reaches into a pouch and pulls out another holy symbol lapel, sticks it in your tit because you don't wear a shirt. Sticks it in your shirt. You're wearing one
Sticks
now.
it through your nipple.
Yeah. Piercing. Have that your mission.
Hair brood.
Attaches it to your bag strap, whatever. Pats it. Will make a difference.
We will.
She smiles at you. Has a drink.
So what's your plans for the rest of this evening?
Having a drink and making sure no one causes any rustle or tussle in the bar.
I got another plan, so may I join you?
Absolutely. Pats a hand on your knee. Pour me a drink then.
Yes.
Yes, man.
Smiles and pours a drink. Pours himself. Cheers.
Clink to the future.
To the future.
Zeron,
Hello.
you make your way up the hill. The familiar winding steps. Takes you a couple of hours if you're walking. I guess you fly up or whatever.
I can fly, yeah. Only lasts an hour. But I suppose, well, yeah, I mean, I fly at 60 feet, so double the speed,
Double
wouldn't it?
dash, fly, whatever. Yeah, you scoot your way.
I mean, it'll last an hour. I can just fucking cast it again if it runs out.
That's
before we
true.
get there.
Yeah.
I
Which
used it
particularly
once.
me.
Oh,
as
no,
well,
I
so-
guess, yeah, no. it's
No,
fine.
that was a
Yeah,
couple
I'll
of
take
days
that
ago,
one.
realistically.
Yeah. Cool.
You fly your way up the hill. The instinct to hold onto the hilt and sheath of your gifted sword to keep it from falling. You know it's well strapped, but you hold on to it nonetheless. Even if for nothing else but what it means. You land halfway down the long drive, realise how long you've got, fly a bit further, land a bit closer. Is this fucking driveway really necessary? After all this time? You walk up towards the familiar manor that undoubtedly has familiarity, of course, but if you were to kind of look out your periphery, just feels a little darker. Just slightly. But then again, it is the lair of a vampire lord now, so swings and roundabouts. As you approach the front steps, a familiar tall halfling or short elf, however you wish to look at it, walks to the front at the top of the steps. Thought I could smell you coming, brother. The smirk on his face.
Ha 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 ha, the old wine joke again.
Everything go to plan?
It wasn't really a plan.
I didn't think so. So, come on then. Tell me all about it.
Well, Auron's gone somewhere. Gonna do things. Make the world a better place. Haldir's gone to make the world a better place. Mavy's gone to make the Feywild a better place. Horak's gone to probably the swamp. Can't really say that's a better place. And Jarek's down in the tavern. And I've come here.
Home.
Home. We've got some work to do
That we have.
in the morning. I do need to talk to you about some other things as well. Now, we were down in with the Sinclairs a few days ago. I don't know whether word has made it up to you yet.
I was made aware. I was invited, but I declined. I didn't want to risk Lionel being there. I also didn't
No,
want
I did
to
have my
risk
doubts.
pasting the Torres establishment in the blood of the kings. So I chose to be the bigger man. He looks up himself up and down. He height jokes himself.
You're a bigger man than I, brother. In more ways than one. But aside from the formalities and the like, we have a new piece of land.
Are you extending the borders back south? Or is it northward bound?
I want to go south. And bastards will pay. Eventually. The time will come. But what used to be the Coleraines, or what was the Coleraines, up until a few days ago, now belongs to us. So we now have a short strip of land to the east of the Wizard's College. But I do have a plan for that, if you'd allow it. Lord Fairbank?
He smirks. I have a plan for you as well, dear brother.
Oh, wonderful. I can't wait.
Well, while I am
Shall we
now...
discuss it over dinner?
He nods and leads you in. While I am all-powerful and magnificent creature of the night now, I don't think the world is ready to understand me. So yes, whilst you are right, I am Lord Fairbank.
Give a chuckle with him.
I suppose I'll need a face.
What's wrong with the one you've got?
He kind of elbows you a bit. 12 points of damage, but joking.
No, I understand, brother. Plans of a family, then? Procreate and expand the Fairbanks once more, and hopefully not to succumb to some evil bastards.
I think repopulating the line would be important, but I mean, I suppose I have forever now. I don't need to rush into anything. I'll leave that up to you, brother.
Okay. Well, I'll do my best. I'm sure I can find someone somewhere.
There's no rush.
Not for you, maybe.
He smirks.
Zeron itches the back of his hand and kind of looks a bit sheepish.
See, Joran takes your hand and rubs his thumb across it. It doesn't hurt, but there is that kind of...
It almost feels like something's there.
It's like a bad nettle sting. It's still skin,
Right.
but it's got that little bit of lump to it. Unfortunately, there's not a lot we can do about that. Other than make use of the time we've got.
I think everything still works. He looks down at his crotch. I don't think she had her way with that.
We were really lucky. Not because of your crotch, brother, but because...
No, of course.
She absolutely didn't have to let you come back at all.
No, I've come to realise that. I think it was done more out of spite. But I don't know what else I can do. Other than just make the most of what we've got.
And that we will.
So I'll repopulate the family. Keep somebody front-facing for you. So you can live out your life as you wish. And a small thing I'd ask of you. A piece of land we've acquired up north. I believe we could put a new name to it.
Go on.
Not go on. Econ.
I could agree with that.
I can't think of a more fitting reward for the work he's done.
It is true. Whilst I'm not particularly keen on divinity, it is a worthy cause. Giving some status to his name, I think, is reward enough.
We'll give him where the Coleraines were. And see what he does. And if he makes good on how I think he'll be, then as we move south, there's no reason why he can't come south as well.
Very reasonable. Anyway, I shall let you enjoy your dinner, as I have to find my own.
I'll be away in the morning.
So
I'm going
soon?
to leave again. Yes, I feel like we need to start showing face and making sure that the continent knows we aren't complete arseholes. And it was, in fact, the bastards further south who took advantage of our poor father.
Start
I don't resent you for that.
spreading the news.
I don't resent you for that, brother. I understand why it was done and the reasoning behind it.
If I could have preserved him, maybe I could have preserved him.
I think it was for the best, ultimately.
With his mind
know he
in the
wasn't-
place that it was, and with a fiend in our midst. Things had to be put in place, and whilst he was a bastard of the uppermost levels, I suppose his eagerness to acquire the land and end the war in his lady's name did bring the other heroes and push them in the right direction. But yes, I have made a small memorial to Father, as I would like to remember his memory rather than necessarily him in of himself. Yes, you go about your business, and I'll go about mine. The
Do
Fairbanks
let me know if
will
there's anything.
go on.
If I can do anything while I'm out, let me know.
Pats you on the shoulder. So, unless anyone has anything else that they would like to wrap up about their characters one way or another.
Next time anyone visits the manor, at the statue where Zeron once was, a big 10, 15-foot tall statue of a halfling with his cock out. It's no longer there. There is just a single flower pot
With its cock out?
with its cock out.
That's where the flower's growing
So-
from.
Exactly what.
The statue is there. There's just a flower growing from its Johnson.
Oh, no.
I shall call this the Japsai blossom.
Oh my god.
Perfect.
Fucking hell.
The statue replaced with a small flower bed to grow only one type of flower.
Gotta keep the dumb old barbarian happy, haven't we? Bless him.
Pride of place. A history has been told. The development and the reformation of magic in Terrafae. And those heroes of Haldir that had their own stories to tell but had their own place in what was to come. Thankfully, we didn't cause any paradoxes.
A raid.
Fucking huge raid
The
right at
Game
the
Master
end.
Eric
Oh,
just raided with
brilliant.
16 viewers.
Welcome in, Game Master Eric. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. You join us at a somber moment as we are calling an end to our story. Everyone, please go follow Game Master Eric. I shall pop
Absolutely.
over and spread the... Oh, it should be at the top of chat, actually. The little follow button.
Yeah.
That's handy. Thank you, Twitch, for making my life easier. But a story has been told. The reformation of magic. Of characters come and gone. of demons, of kobolds, of halflings, and elves, and everything in between, and the half-elves, and the dwarfs. A continent
And the
brought
vampires.
into war, and the vampires. A continent brought to war, and an end to that war. Wuntian faith flourished into what it is in commonplace in modern day. Haldir's many tomes, parchments, and stories, and the Bible can all be found in the Great Library in Calvados, as the city, formed by the Coleraines themselves, the farmland surrounding, and the Clifftop Council, place to be formed to lead the future into whatever we will come to know. And with that, my loves, we will end the campaign. Well done, everybody.
Well done.
It's been a pleasure telling the story of a Wuntian history. Well done, well done. And I think for the last time, we'll do the clown dance. Do the rat in my kitchen. There he is. We'll do the kobold nummies. What was next? The
Next.
slithery snake.
Your snake.
The Ulysses bow. Bastard. And we'll do the Horak wings. Come on. Well done, everybody. Much love. We'll see you on YouTube.
I would just
We'll
also
see
like to
you-
make everyone aware this is hanging in the mega churches.
Oh my god.
I am Terrafae Jesus.
Oh god.
Art.
What a guy.
Art.
Just majestic. Thank you, everybody, and goodbye.
Do a